Welcome back, everybody, here for the Unified Premier League. We've got the Open Qualifiers 1 coming at you here for some Rainbow Six Siege action. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Corbeck. How you doing today?
Good. Happy to be here with you, Infernosis. Looking forward to seeing some games played, some of these teams in Qualifier. We were going over these rosters earlier, trying to get an idea of who's who and what's what and what we might be seeing. And it looks like our first game today is going to be Daycare versus Depth. And, well, you were saying it yourself, and I'm going to defer to your superior knowledge of the scene because I am new here, but this Depth roster is looking pretty stacked nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. They have, I believe, picked up a new one. I think that's what we had our good friend here, Frost, who's an observer here for Unified. He was talking about it as well. They've got a whole new set of a couple of players, some interesting Some interesting choices across. I think they're a pretty stacked roster. It's going to be interesting how Daycare holds up against them. This could be a quick one where we just see depth take off and really show the full depth of their roster. Or we could see it unfortunately go to the wayside and see Daycare really just put out their wits in and really shut depth out.
Yeah, I mean, it's Qual's round one. It could go any which way, but obviously, I think on balance, right, we probably say that Death roster a little bit favored going to this matchup. I'm not really sure of what the depth of Daycare's roster is at this point in time. They're a new team to me, so it'll be interesting to see what they have. And I mean, if they can give Depth a bit of a run for their money on this best of one, well, that would look quite good for them, and maybe give them a little bit of hope moving forward in this qualifying bracket. I think we do have our map bands together, so we can get a quick look at that, I believe. And our first map is going to be Villa on the day. I feel like that's a perfectly fine pick, I guess, in Phronosis. Depth's going to start on the defense, though, which I imagine gives them a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, so obviously starting off on a map where they can kind of pick what they want to do. You said Villa, if I remember here correctly, because obviously
Yes.
that screen did not do it right there. Villa's a little bit of a toss-up map. It's pretty large. You've got a lot of space to work with. It really comes down to who's more comfortable on what tertiary objective. Typically speaking, you're not going to see library, right? You're just not going to have it happen. But it has been something that I have seen more recently played fairly often, and not just in terms of like collegiate scenes, but I've actually seen some T3 teams pick it up and really play with it because it's becoming and having a bit of a resurgence here in some of the higher levels of play. And so these teams can get to, I guess, look at some of these professional players, professional teams play it and go, okay, we'll see what they're doing. We're digesting their information and we're working with that ourselves. So we're going to see how that pans out. Obviously, I'm really excited to see how this one's going to go. Depth, I mean, they've got a great team chemistry. They've got a great team value across of not being selfish. They work really well together. I think their roster change has come through. Again, I cannot confirm that. And if that is the case, this may be one of their earliest games they do play together, if not their first in a league for this open qualifier. So big question is, how are they going to pan? Are they going to be a little bit flustered at the beginning, or will they just mesh together like they were meant to be?
Well, I think some of these players do have experience working with each other before in the past, assuming this is the new roster that we're talking about. So, that should come into its own right here, but it is a very interesting opportunity to see them playing together for, yeah, I think you are right, genuinely maybe the first time in this sort of tournament setting. Presumably they've been maybe doing a little bit of scrimming and stuff and as well to get themselves prepared for today. So you would assume that they have a plan in place and an idea of how they're going to work together. It's just going to be interesting to see too what Daycare brings to the table, right? An unknown quantity is always fun to watch in a lot of circumstances, and it is round one. Like I said, this is the very beginning, so a lot still up in the air between these two squads, and I think we're just waiting a little bit here on the teams to get ready before we hop in on that first map. And no, we're still not ready to go. I thought I was gonna do the ear thing there because I thought we were gonna get it in for us, but no, unfortunately not.
Yeah, we are ready to start, but unfortunately, I don't think the teams are ready to start, so we're still having to wait a little bit on them. Now, Korvac, I know you're a little bit more recent here to the R6 scene, and you've gotten to have to do a lot of studying when it comes to this map. Villa, what is this main difference you can think of? Oh, actually, I think we're jumping into this started. I mean, we're
There
ready
we
to
go.
jump into it. Oh, we got it. We're good. All right, we don't gotta throw some shtick out there. But obviously, Villa now checking out the ban phase. Depth gets to start off with their own, then the two back-to-back from Daycare, and then Depth once again. First one's going to be coming through this attacking-sided ban. I love to see Nomads get banned out just because they're such a nuisance, but I don't think that's necessarily likely. I think they'll probably just go for some go-to Thatcher ban to start off and then try and work with something else.
Actually, it'll be an Ash ban to start us off, and that is weird indeed. That's not normal.
Okay,
that feels is that targeted? It must be targeted. Has to be.
Ugh, that's a nasty pick. I mean, in the first place, every team plays Ash, right? I mean,
Yeah,
Depth, they are starting off on the defense. Maybe they think they could do like a quick 6, just win the entire half and then just play the other direction, right? Maybe that's their plan. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see, in all honesty. But the second ban to come through will be an ace, so that means that on Villa, Thatcher will be allowed to be played. So these EMP nades that clear basically everything will still be up for grabs. But unfortunately, Villa is not the greatest map to have Thatcher unbanned. It really doesn't have the highest impact here.
No, he's not going to be super impactful, but there are a couple of specific areas in which you might see him come into his own. Now, this Mira ban here, too, is going to maybe change things up just a little bit because it would prevent one of the kind of the at least go-to adaptations you could do on this AVG site with a Thatcher on the field, which is to run that Mira window out on towards balcony. The Valkyrie getting banned out there, but at the end, depth is nothing surprising. High intel operator will go down. The only surprising thing about it is you do wonder if depth might have just kept it for themselves, considering they are starting on the defense, but that will not be the case here as we get ready to go into round one. So an interesting ban phase in some regards. That Ash ban in particular, I think, is one that's going to give us something to think about here in terms of entry fraggers. We will see Nomad making an appearance here, so we move up to AVG, and an Iana coming out as well, and Hibana will be the hard breacher of choice on this part of the stage. No Thatcher, though. He will not be featured here in this attack.
Yeah, so obviously right now what I'm looking for the most right now from depth is going to be whether or not Unfair, who is the only one we see here without the depth in their name, so I can at least have some assumption that maybe they're newer. I know the rest of this team, I mean, I believe they're old Aerial Rise. I may be incorrect about that, but
I believe you're right.
They have a lot of experience together, so obviously, all of those assumptions about them not working well or maybe being flustered, I don't think that's going to be a problem. This should just be same old across the board, and then just working with their new coach, who I think they believe did get a new coach when they switched over to depth, working together with them, working on strategies, and just really grinding out and training like they really should be. But I'm looking forward to see whether Unfair and this Kaid can make full use of the Electro Claws, where they will place those as well to fully deny any of this daycare attack when they push forward. No Thatcher in play, which means that their hard breach that they have in pocket, which is only one of Hibana, is going to have to clear some walls and might not be able to because these Electro Claws can just shock those pellets away and not allow for any sightlines.
Well, they're showing us a bit of an interesting setup here because they haven't fully reinforced the wall leading out of Aviator into Study right there. They're going to leave that part of that soft and put some holes in it. So something you would almost run with a Mira, except no Mira included. Might be okay for them, though, because it looks like the majority of the attack from Daycare here is just going to focus in on Master Bedroom. Now, we did see, I think it was Breeze rotating over in this area. You see he put some holes in the windows right there. That might have been on the other side checking. He was around, but it looks like they might have called him back to roost. And yeah, sure enough, he's playing up tight in this 90 corridor right now, just waiting to see if he can catch anybody out. Obviously, they still have cam coverage there. Reverse doing a little bit of droning. He's going to open up that window to give him that cross angle over towards sight. And meanwhile, pretty much an uncontested push in here in Infernosis. Nobody really stopping them from taking this Master Bedroom trophy side.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty strange occurrence to see an attacking team go completely uncontested pushing in from Master Bedroom. They've got control of Statuary, they've got control of Trophy. The only issue is Breeze sitting in Classical 90, and they find the first kill. A nice headshot with the Vector takes Reverse out as they were sitting inside Trophy entrance. Guns is going to go ahead and rotate, maybe heading towards that Classical window, repelling. Maybe hoping to catch a player off guard, maybe hoping to catch Breeze, who may still be there. Whoever is not any longer, as they have actually made that rotation away back inside towards Game's room. But oh, nasty position here from Og down below in living room. Has the night show, detonates it and finds the kill. Threaten out for the count. That's a big kill to drop early on. Now a 5v3 is set up in place with Depth. Taking this one early on, just need to remove out a couple of these entry players that still yet remain. 2 nades on the board for Daycare they can toss, but in all honesty, when you've still got Dami, this Jaeger with these ADSs up, at most you'll clear shield, and that may just be it.
Yeah, and it's a Volcan too, so you'll see that fire go out almost immediately. I really appreciate the decision-making by Og right there to use the C4 instead of just going for the shots, basically confirming the kill. He was able to get it out so fast right there. Uzi playing up tight in 90 now, and this could be a little bit rough. Dami, he's going to get aggressive with these peaks. Nerfs be damned to the gun here. The carbine still not bad in the hands of an experienced player. Guns is up here as well, and they're just kind of running out of time now. About 35 seconds left on the clock. Not really enough for a 3v5 orchestrated push by any means. And I appreciate here too that Death has effectively fallen back to hold some different angles and really put the pressure in. Well, you see Uzi comes swinging in through the door, but Maniac there gets one back. Uzi goes for some shots, can't quite bring it down. Another smoke grenade coming in. That'll be Uzi completely taken out. Maniac, the only one really clapping back here, stuck in a 3v1, and this is pretty much an academic matter. The swing, and that's Rice shutting it down and ending round number 1 in favor of Death.
Yeah, these toxic babes that are getting tossed out did a phenomenal job here for Depth to really cordon off certain sections of this defensive hold. Not a chance for Daycare to step inward. Maniac at the end just was forced to stand still. and was forced to walk into the fire of that SMG-11, and Depth will capitalize off of it and take round one in an exceptional fashion. Now heading to the trophy and statue room. They've won planes and games, so they don't get to go back there just yet, but now trophy and statuary, the side they gave up so quickly, so easily, I guess you could say. Despite them getting the first 2 picks, they just let them walk in without any real roaming presence on that second floor. Now, we did see one roamer down below, getting a very nice nitro cell kill to complete and capitalize, but in all honesty, their complete lack of a hold in that direction leaves me wanting more, considering how well they won that round, or maybe I can say how easily they won that round. Imagine the devastation, the absolute domination they could have had if they were just playing off-site and getting those picks even earlier.
I don't. It was a bit of an interesting defense in a lot of regards. That was one aspect of it, not having those roamers out there in this area of trophy, master bedroom, statuary, what have you, to contest, and also the way in which they had kind of set up their AVG defense facing out towards study was unique, for lack of a better word. So it is a bit interesting, and I wonder what they're playing at here exactly. Maybe they're just playing it a little bit differently right now to see kind of what Daycare has and how they can play around it. This looks a little bit more traditional here, though. You usually want to extend this hold out into the AVG area. It looks like they may make an effort to contest this. They have invested the mute jammers here as well, so you have to assume if they're investing those, somebody will stay, and it looks like Og and maybe Breeze both will be in the general area. No, they put down all those defenses, Infernosis, and they just run for the hills. That's a strange choice indeed. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that.
Not really sure what to make of this entire setup in the first place. We are seeing Depth actually put a bit of a roaming presence towards this southern side, towards the study, but in all honesty, Daycare putting 3 there probably is a pretty good counter. They're still droning out, trying to gather as much information as possible. I'm seeing at least 3 drones already being expended towards this side, making sure they clear planes and games and making sure that there's a bit of a safety net. But guns repelling on that classical hall window. This is not the first time we've seen that. However, it didn't manage to work out for them the first time around. So we'll have to see whether or not Daycare can actually make a conscious effort of getting a kill and stepping forward with any sort of relevance in this round. Depth still holding a pretty close hold. Breeze is right outside that vault door on the opposing side of Aviator Room. They're still droning out. Uzi's looking to maybe catch some information. They don't notice, however. They still going to shoot it. Breeze expends some information being gathered. A Gon 6 gets shot to try and remove out that Banshee placed inside of that hallway, but it does not actually find the effect that was wanting to be gathered. Nitro Cell tossed. Uzi is not going to be able to do anything about it. Stuck inside the Gemini Drone. A minute and a half left in this round, and not a single kill has been gathered. So it's going to be a bit of a difficulty now as Depth are getting caught off guard and forced to rotate back to that defensive hold and pray for a turtle strategy.
At the very least, Breeze has done a magnificent job here of just annihilating drones from the very beginning of the round, just keeps cleaning them up, that hard press down there towards the study entrance, and now they've wasted so much time here trying to push this Malusi back that they are in a bit of a difficult position here. Less than a minute left, and that 6th defender of the time, it just cannot be ignored, and this has been an issue for Daycare on their last push too, so something they're definitely going to have to work around as the Gemini does go in here for just a little bit of a scouting detail. But I mean, look at this defensive setup. It's tight, Infernosis. There's not a lot of room to play around here. Scout it as much as you want, but eventually you will have to commit.
Yeah, push does come through. Uzi happens to find the first kill into Breeze, but Rice finds one right back into threat in a 4v4. Yana, player of Uzi, sitting inside landing, getting some shots towards that statuary side, but it'll be reversed. That's downed next. Finished off by Og, a 4v3 in session. Maniac outside master bedroom, looking for this window play, hoping to catch one player off guard in between that reinforced wall connecting into statuary. It looks to be a 2-1 split here as they're trying to step forward. Rice is holding very strong, finds 2 into guns and Uzi, and it's gonna not matter as Og is able to finish it off into Maniac Depth with yet another round back-to-back. Cannot be stopped, and now they'll have their choice of tertiary objective.
You know, part of the problem with this one too is that it was a very unilateral approach. Like we didn't see a lot of pressure applied. You know, there was very little verticality in play here. There was no effort to maybe put pressure onto astronomy or into master bedroom. Everybody came in through AVG, pushed their way across, and then everything boiled down to just two doorways, right? Two key choke points. And you don't have to be a genius tactician to realize that that's not the best way to carry out an attack, especially when you're kind of already struggling to clear out roamers and you're running out of time. Just everything going wrong there for Daycare. And they really, I think, would have benefited by swinging a little bit wider and at least putting one or two players in a position where they could really just, I don't know, keep them guessing on the backside, maybe put some shots in, whatever it may be. But to the tertiary bomb site, we do go here. And, well, it's going to be Kitchen, which is we would pretty much expect at this stage. The defensive setup looking pretty reasonable for this point. Rice coming out here on the Vigil implies to me that we will be seeing some roam. And, of course, Poles, he's pretty much mandatory for this site and a lot of defensive setups. And he will just be providing a dearth of information with that cardiac sensor here, depending on how they want to play this. Sometimes you'll see them kick out on a roam. Sometimes you'll see them play a little bit tighter to sight. So it'll be interesting to see what Dami does with it.
Yeah, seeing a bit of a selfish pick in the Vigil is interesting. I think a lot of players will just say, hey, we're winning in pretty hefty fashion. Go ahead and play what you want to play. And I think that's kind of what's going on. Rice on that Vigil it allows for a little bit of toying with your opponent. And obviously this depth squad, I know them for a very long period of time. They have some absolutely phenomenal team coordination and great chemistry. They can do a very nice job of having Dami gather the information and having the rest of this depth squad get those nitro cells and capitalize on that information and really catch Daycare off guard. But it's just a matter of time. Can Daycare step forward and really try to deny any attempts from Depth to get these nitro cells, or will they just fall into the hands of them? I think an IQ probably would have been a smart decision on this objective to go for, just being able to shoot out those nitro cells, catch the pulse off guard. Yes, you'll have to switch off one player, but in all honesty, I think this Daycare squad kind of needs a change in strategy. I don't necessarily think that you need essentially 3 entries. You've got an Iana who you're acting as a roam clear. You've got the Zofia and a Sledge who can also do the same thing. I don't think you need 3 of them. I think you can switch off one of them, maybe even just the Zofia, because you've got 4 nades already, or get rid of one of those 2 nade holders. But a nitro cell kill will go off. Og will find it. It will go off into threat and make that a second now is unfair. Takes Uzi out for the count, and now a 5 versus 3. Oh, make it a 5 versus 2. Rice does not let me finish my talking point as they take that one into reverse. And Depth capitalizing early and trying to finish this one off strong.
Just brutal, really, at the end of the day. Nothing more to be said about it. You're right. I think the IQ would have made a difference here in Infernosis, but they didn't bring it, and this is what they're left with, and this is the threat that you have on this point. Any team playing at this level knows that this is something that's going to happen here, right? You are going to get hit by C4s. The point is notorious for that, and the worst part about this is Breeze still has one here. I think he might have just deployed it there. Unfortunately, no one gets caught with that little bit of dynamite fishing, but still, the pressure really on in the 2v5. I mean, it's going to take an absolute miracle for this to convert it. Well, it's going to be even more of a miracle now as Maniac just gets popped straight through the floor. Great control here by Depth too. They didn't kind of go bananas in the 2v5. They continue to play it pretty clinical. Guns is just going to push down the Astronomy stairs here. Gets a pick onto Dami, but Unfair just immediately trades it back out. And that's a very affirmative round 3 win for Depth.
Yeah, I think nothing too shocking is at this point in time. I kind of had an idea about how this game may go when we saw the Ashe get banned. It kind of just spelled me that, hey, Depth is looking at this saying, okay, we'll probably take 6 defensive rounds. We'll only have to worry about 1, maybe 2 attacking rounds of not playing Ashe. So just screw over Daycare for the 6 rounds coming up, right? Screw them first, and then we capitalize afterward. And that's exactly what's happening. We're seeing a very strange operator lineup from Daycare. They're having so many nades being brought through, 4 nades in pocket, and I love nade gameplay, right? Nade gaming. I love seeing these explosive ordinances getting tossed and hoping to find impact, but Reverse and Uzi just aren't finding that impact. They're getting killed off early. We saw the rush forward. We saw the roam clear. That's the lack of roam clear, I guess I should say. The roamers clearing out Daycare instead, and they're just not getting the opportunity to actually use that utility. I think they need to switch it up and try to find something else that'll work. And the question being brought forward is what will work? And in all honesty, I don't know if Daycare has what it takes in their strat book, in their depth of arsenal to actually deal with this depth side.
I mean, that's just the unfortunate reality sometimes, isn't it? Any sport, esports, whatever, regular sports, sometimes you just can't win. But I mean, some changes maybe they could have made. I think you made a valid point about the IQ on the last point. They're not showing a ton of flexibility in their roster on attack, and it's definitely sabotaging them a little bit. And you made a good point. They are bringing these throwables, right? They're bringing the frag grenades and what have you, but we really haven't even seen them being used that much or that effectively. And it does kind of beg the question, well, you've got 4 frags in here. They only have 1 Jaeger. You have the util to burn it out. You've got some flashes, some stuns in there as well. What's the holdup here? Why is it so hard to, maybe chuck in a couple of frags? And maybe it's just that they're losing bodies early, but you say that it was just last round where that kind of happened. The other rounds previously, we basically got into kind of hectic gunfights in the last minute, and Daycare just couldn't pull it down. Dami here holding on the stairs, just waiting to see if he can catch somebody walking through on an audio cue. Og is roaming there. He did throw out that C4. No luck to be had off of that. And now reverse down here in this main lobby area. Going to try and push up. They'll do a little bit of droning here, which is all fine and good. No real drone denial on the side of depth, and I think that just shows that they're not particularly worried about this.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Vigil previously, which I guess is some form of roam denial in its own small little obsolete kind of way, but they really just don't care. We've seen them clear drones in round 2 when they attempted to head towards that statuary in trophy side, but in all honesty, that Daycare information didn't do too much for them. They weren't able to rush forward in enough time. They took too much time droning and weren't able to find a kill for it, not even a trade in the process, and just got caught off in landing. So I believe I'm actually frozen at this point in time. I don't know if you are too, Corback.
Yeah, I was going to say, either Dami is the stillest player known to mankind, or everybody's just holding statuary positions, or no. Unfortunately, the stream is frozen for me as too, so we can't see what's going on.
Yeah, unfortunate, I guess is the term to say. It happens, yeah. But honestly, that round already wasn't boding super well for this Daycare side. I mean, look at the way that they were attempting to digest forward. Depth just had a really spread out roster, had a lot of crossfire angles that were being set up. And even when they didn't have a crossfire, it was on a player that is taking 50-50 gunfights and winning that 90-10. I mean, they just aren't losing those engagements the majority of the time. And they feel confident enough to take those in those one-on-ones, even one-on-twos, and come out on top.
Yeah, and you know what? They're showing some beautiful flexibility over on the depth side as well, right? I think we've seen 3 or 4 different operators play Malusi in a roaming capacity at this point in time. We've seen multiple switches around. We've seen the Goyo coming out and what have you. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's basically been the same stuff being run in again and again and again. And Daycare just not showing that sort of tactical flexibility that a team needs to hang against a roster that is as strong as this roster. Like you said, it's primarily just kind of the old aerial rise squad, and they're not to be messed with at all, right? They're a good team, not only in terms of gun skill, but like you've been pointing out, their team coordination is great, and we saw that perfectly right there on the round before this one, where they were down defending that kitchen site. Instead of just going in and kind of feeding into gunfights when you were down to that 2v5, they played it out quite competitively. They kept the pulse on the cardiac sensor. They tried to bring Breeze up to use the C4, all very intelligent and orchestrated play, and they're looking really good. I'd love to see this depth side looking this strong.
All right, I think we're back into it, but I really like to see this depth. I wanted to talk about that as well. Unfortunately, I've been out of the R6 game for like a week and a half now. I've been off in Massachusetts doing a LAN event, and I didn't get to keep up with all the roster changes and all these things going on. It was a depth 1v1 clutch apparently at the end as well, so unfortunately we missed that, and you had to look at our pretty faces, I guess you could say. Maybe just Corback's pretty face. Mine's a little bit on the edge.
Oh, don't sell yourself short.
No, but this old Aerial Rise roster, I've always attributed them being just so categorically gunners, right? They do such a good job of fragging out and finding massive success on their kills. Teams, it's what New Mystic, I think is what still is New Mystic, has constantly been able to do, even when they were their old squad and didn't have that name when they got picked up. They just gunned. They just played like an almost TDM-styled game and just won in that style. But one of the things I've always loved about this old Aerial Rise roster, New Depth, is the fact that at the same time as being able to gun, they weren't as good as New Mystic's gunning style, but they also were were very competent when it comes to strats and set books, strategy books, right? They knew what to do. They knew how to work things out. They had great team chemistry. They were kind of a jack of all trades, master of none, but they're still getting exceptionally close to mastering both of those. And I think Depth, with just a little bit more work and maybe a little bit better scrim partners, can absolutely be one of those pivotal forces to come in this T3 R6 scene.
Oh, I would agree with you. I mean, if you can merge the gun skill with the strategy, you're golden, right? At the end of the day, the game is, talk about your chess or your Yahtzee, whatever, I don't know, whatever you want to compare it to. But it is a game at the end of the day that does involve shooting your opponent many times, or sometimes just one time. So the gun skill does quite matter here. But if you can put those two things together in a way that Depth is kind of showing us right now, well, you're in good straits. And again, I really like the hold that we see coming out here from Breeze, just trying to play up tight towards this study area and just destroy these drones as much as possible. Now, things are going to get a little bit ugly right here because they're pushing hard into Breeze. They will fall back into the cover of the mute jammer there just for a second before coming forward. These floor holes that they've opened up, actually giving them a lot of flexibility right here, as that Gemini just gets absolutely destroyed. You hear some explosions coming through. They've got at least some frag grenades on the side of Uzi here if he chooses to use them, but they will just back up and kind of reset here as the C4 goes sailing in. No joy on it, though.
Yeah, and Breeze almost got caught off by the last nade of reverse. Uzi has two in the pocket, needs to use this. I think Uzi's waiting for the opportunity to get the Gemini drone back up, but Breeze isn't going to allow the utility of Maniac to last for much longer. First kill does go through, now a 5v4. Depth have the advantage, but Daycare does have this study side, and they're swinging multiple directions. They're trying to step away. You do see Breeze narrowly escaping across as they manage to run through towards landing, and Uzi was unable to capitalize and find that kill, and Uzi's sitting extremely low at about 10 HP, and it is not going to look very well for them if they can't keep Uzi alive to actually use this utility. Corback, we've been talking about that the entire time. Daycare has so much utility in their pockets to use, and they're just not using it to their best ability. Gaunt 6 does go off to remove that Banshee. No waste of 3 other utility in the process of doing so, like we saw over in round 2, and instead, they will find success in doing so. Daycare looking a little bit more coordinated as this attack digests, but they need to find more than just a little bit of coordination if they want to find a successful round win.
And they're still applying pressure directly to the front. Like, they're not really expanding this out, and they've kind of boxed themselves in the exact same situation they were in last time they played this point, which is there's only 2 doorways for them to get through, and that's going to be really telling here. You do see down there on the lower level, just barely, the outline of somebody finally creeping their way up towards the astronomy stairs, so maybe a little bit of verticality coming in here as well. Reverse is down low. Guns is here too. That hatch just being covered by Og, though, and he'll collect that kill easy as you please. A C4 comes sailing in to count Uzi out as well. That is just terrible indeed. 13 tries to swing it, no joy there, and Breeze, well, he'll trade out guns. They do every once in a while have to force these trades, but nothing too strenuous there for Depth.
That honestly could have been a flawless round for Depth. I mean, in all honesty, it almost came down to it at the end. Daycare just are not finding those kills, and we're finally at round 6. They have one round to try and get something here on the attack, and then they get to switch over to the favored defensive side. But with what we've been seeing here from Depth, it doesn't bode well. They do not look strong enough to be able to handle this Depth attack because they can't even handle the Depth defense when they're playing aggressively. They lost a player early on. They took a lot of damage from Nitro Cells. They weren't able to kill Depth as they attempted to rotate back. That's one of the great things I've always loved about this new Depth roster is the fact that when they play this aggressive style roam, they find kills, they play aggressive roam, they find the kills, and then they're able to escape with their lives in the process. They may lose one, but they're not going to lose both of them, and they do such a good job of capitalizing off of those kills to get that numerical advantage early, and then force that attacking side to really struggle without that one player, and that's exactly what's going to happen round after round, and it's exactly what has happened. Depth now have one more round to do just that, going to this tertiary objective of Dining and Kitchen, my favorite one in almost all of R6 because it's so reminiscent of that Year 1, Year 2 map style where it's just off to everything. You see classic operators like Pulses and Castles who we don't happen to see here, but I love this objective, and I love the way we've seen Depth play it. They're not just sitting pretty down below and praying and relying on these Nitro Cell kills. They also have one player rushing Master Bedroom on the roam and just killing everybody in Daycare as they try to find any stance on this map.
Yeah, they've got Rice up there on the top deck, and obviously the intel coming in from Dami to build towards what you were talking about right there about just killing people. And like you said, these roamers from depth have proved to be incredibly slippery. I mean, we saw Breeze last time basically get out of a 4v1 situation there, almost a 5v1 situation to get back to the team. And they're going to go for a very direct push in here, which I can't necessarily blame them for doing, but it does sort of smell a little bit of desperation. I mean, of course, the entire time they're caught on the cardiac, and Dami very lucky to escape with his life right there, but Breeze in depth getting some early kills. The trade's coming back and forth. It's a 3v2 situation, a sudden flurry of violence on this short push, and Og is tucked up here near China in a bit of a difficult position. Uzi swinging the door as Maniac does manage to land one onto Og, and a little bit of tightness right here coming out. Uzi trying to look for the pick here, firing around the bomb. They does have those glimpses, but it'll be Rice who just swings in low and brings Uzi down. Now it's all down to Maniac, who has been a bit of a gunner, but he just can't win the 2v1. Dami is there to shut down a very quick round 6.
I don't think we anticipated that here, Corbeck. We saw a new daycare team, right? I mean, they played that greedy, I think is the way to say it. Extremely aggressive. They were thirsting for some kills, at the very least thirsting for blood. They rushed in, they got onto point, 2 minutes left basically at the end. I mean, they were taking no prisoners, and unfortunately Depth were just better at finding and completing their kills. It came down to that 2v2, got a little bit dangerous. You saw the fact that Rice was getting a little bit stuck at that point in time, trapped as they were getting shot in the arms, but in all honesty, it was a pretty clean round for Depth. I don't think they were struggling that much. Even if it's a 2v3, 2v4, this Depth roster is strong enough where they don't really have to sweat in that numerical disadvantage. They're able to find kills and stay strong, and their mentality is not slacking in the slightest.
I mean, truth be told, Dami should have just been dead. You literally catch the pulse standing there with the cardiac sensor out, and somehow, you know, your entry fragger doesn't get that kill, doesn't even shoot. Like, we're standing right there and saw it. That was a clear window with someone who has fast enough reflexes to get that kill, and it just didn't happen. And that kind of set, I would say, kind of the theme of all of that, because they were never really able to bring down the kills that they needed to. They did slowly kind of claw that one back, but getting left in that 2v1, like you said at the end, it didn't even feel particularly fussed for Depth. They just kind of cleared it out and did their job and kept going like a steam engine, just sort of trucking along. Now, they'll go over to the defense here, or the attack here, will Depth, and Daycare will get their defensive run. They're going to start off on the AVG side. If there was ever an opportunity for them to, you know, make this not a 7-0, this is the round to do it, right? You gotta hope. Not bringing a Thatcher here either. It is worth pointing out, even though he is unbanned, he will remain unused. So sadly, we will not see everybody's favorite technology hating operator back on the deck. But Guns is down low, trying to get an early pick here, and does do significant damage to Rice. Maybe just a little bit of a lack of intel, because Guns isn't hiding in a particularly good spot. Oh, never mind. They were setting up the trap there. Og comes up behind him and just slaughters him in the hallway.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be prepared for everything. In Daycare, we're attempting to go for that early kill. Rice does take a lick of damage, a very significant amount, now sitting at about 45, 40-ish HP. Not exactly where you want to be, but you did come out on top. A great flank from the Depth roster to find the rear, head back through around Piano's side and catch Guns off guard, but now they need to actually step up onto the second floor. Rice gets down in the process, believe that's down over on the first floor, so now if they manage to actually get picked back up, they're still going to have even less HP, 20 to their name. Reverse, flashed out, 0 retinas across. It's that floorboard damage that went through. Rice does get picked back up, which will help significantly, but a reinforcement goes down. In Reverse has to stand up and reverse his direction and actually rotate the other way. Ox looking to maybe reshoot through this floor hole they have inside of Game's room. Nades do get tossed, hoping to maybe catch them off guard as well. Last concussive blast does go off towards this main stair, and Rice is going to go ahead and Gemini drone and try to get the information necessary to win this round. Stepping up towards Games, notices that Maniac is sitting there pretty aggressively. Now has the information, but unfair with a nice shot from Study, finds Uzi, immediately revagged by Threaten. It's back to a 4v3. Depth has managed to maintain this numerical advantage, but with Rice sitting on only 20 HP, it's not that large of one. Daycare still have an absolute chance.
Oh, 100%, very much still in this. It's not a distinct advantage at this point in time, and definitely Depth would like to open up this just a little bit more. If they can just secure maybe 1 or 2 more kills, they will essentially have it in the bag, but time not favoring them at all. Threaten here playing on the back stairs, just waiting, looking to see if they can catch anybody looking as Rice pulls that Gemini out again, and we're beginning to see just why it was so valuable for Rice to be kept alive here to get that revive, because the intel coming out of this is absolutely massive. I mean, look at that, a full scout of sight. Even some drones would not have gotten that much luck. But 20 seconds now, you are running out of time. Maniac hard holding on the door with the shotgun. Og does manage to bring one down. Maniac trading it back out almost immediately. Rice gets another one. It's all down here to Maniac. He'll pop one with the shotgun, swings on the door frame, gets another, nearly closes it out, but no, Breeze is there to bring it down, and that is the end of the game. Depth, not looking fussed at all, will walk away with the win.
In an absolute banger of a fashion, 7-0, a flawless victory, despite us not ever saying a flawless round. And to be honest, this is what we were kind of expected from this Depth roster. We didn't know much about Daycare coming in. I kind of liked what I saw towards the end, especially with that shotgun gaming. The Mossberg holding those tight angles did an exceptional job of doing so, but it just wasn't enough. They tried to adapt to that old Ariel new Depth strategy of being aggressive just like they are, and unfortunately when you face the Master, you really will be shown they're a Master for a reason. It doesn't work out for you, and Depth will be able to clean up, taking a complete perfect sweep against you.
Yeah, Maniac was a pretty bit of a gunner, actually, over there on the side of Daycare. Credit where credit is due. He was definitely the one that I think was biting back the hardest of the squad. You saw that in that last round, but consistently across all of those Villa maps, he was doing a very good job of getting frags. It just, unfortunately, one person not enough to pull back against her roster as good as that Depth side. And, well, they never really felt particularly rushed right there. You even got the feeling at the end with Maniac doing that great Mossberg play that really, if Depth had wanted to play that a little bit more cautiously, they could have. They just kind of started feeding in right there to Maniac's gun. You imagine that if they had been super worried about it, they could have played back just a bit, but that's okay. I mean, I loved what I saw from this Depth roster. We talked about it during, the middle of the game, and I really am looking forward to seeing what they continue to bring to the scene if they're going to stick around like this, because this is going to be something that somebody's going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, obviously here for Qualifier 1, we only have, I believe 10 teams at this point in time, so there's still plenty of room for other teams to make mistakes and Daycare to stay in this, but, I mean, at this point in time, it's still anyone's game. Obviously, Depth that put their name into the hat spun it up, and their majority of the tickets in there, so you take any name out of the hat, it's more than likely going to be Depth in there at some point in time. So there are definitely number one on my list right now for making it through. I think this Infamous squad, maybe even Hydra Core, there's my 3 that I know that have a pretty good chance of going through and actually finishing off this qualifiers in a pretty static fashion, maybe even staying positive throughout. But we'll have to see how it goes up. We've got a new matchup available for match 2. Not too sure when that'll start. I think we're going to head to a quick break. We'll have our producer confirm that in between. We'll head to a quick break in between, so make sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back with some more R6 UPL action.
तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा
सागरे गपगरे गपधा पगरे ग सारे
at the bottom of the ocean. I'm at the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the ocean. Don't know if I'll make it back home.
Welcome back, everybody, to UPL for some more Rainbow Six Siege action. My name's Infinosis, joined here by Corbeck, and we've got yet another banger of a match coming at you here real soon. Corbeck, why don't you tell us a little bit about these two teams?
Well, it'll be In Control versus Verified, or In Control Nation, I guess I should say. I've had the opportunity of casting In Control Nation a couple of times over in the current sort of season of RSA, and they're a pretty good team. They're not, I would say, spectacular, but they are certainly a solid squad that is up and coming. The Verified roster, however, for me, I don't know much about. I believe they did come out with a win in their first round, so we have to give them a little bit of credit there, and they actually beat Infamous, which was a roster that I believe you said Infernosis is quite strong, right?
As far as I am aware, if they are indeed the same team that I casted over in that LAN event in Massachusetts, then yes, they are exceptionally strong.
Well, there you go. I mean, every once in a while, somebody comes out of the rough and does a good job. So hopefully, this verified roster are going to give us something to look at here. I mean, our last game was a little bit one-sided. It would be nice to see something that was a bit more even keel up and through. So I'll be excited to see what they have on the plate for us here. But I do believe we have some map bans already, so we can go ahead and take a look at those, see what map we'll be playing here for this best of one.
Yeah, obviously a lot of excitement to come through. We get to see the maps. We'll do a live map ban and see how it pans out if we want to go ahead and jump to that screen. First ban is going to be In Control Nation. They get to have their first pick. Obviously verified. We don't have their logo up yet, just yet. I think their logo, in fact, was just not working. It wasn't transparent or whatever. But Villain, we're not going to get to see that. In Control Nation banning that one out. Immediate taken once again. Verified would now get their first map ban choice to be Chalet, unfortunately, despite it being my favorite map in the game. Second map ban here for In Control Nation. They're going to have their pick of the litter. We may see Consulate. We could see Coastline. You could have the seas all come up back to back to back. That's a pretty common thing here inside of T3, T4 Siege, but I'll have to see what they pick here. They have their pick of the litter, and any day now they'll have their choice come through. There we
Taking their
go.
sweet time about it, but it's Oregon. They'll break the C streak right there, unfortunately. And you're right, it is quite common to see the letter C all go out all of a sudden in one big category. But back over to verified there, taking Oregon out of the pool. I mean, one of the old reliables, the standards, Boregan. I believe it's been called by some other people, so we won't have the opportunity to be bored by that right here. But Consulate will go to, so that map off the board. Consulate, one of those maps that I used to hate. I've grown to appreciate a little bit more now. Still not a big fan of it, so I can't say I'll be particularly sad to see it go. Coastline going there quickly after that, so maps sort of flying along now, and we'll see what these final two come down to.
Yeah, obviously, I know for a fact we've got Clubhouse still up and running. That could be what is banned
Oh yeah.
next. We could see not one of the just T4 specials, blase across the board. Obviously, Verified gets this last ban, so they ultimately get to pick what the deciding map is, what the map they'll be playing on is. And in my opinion, I think it's a smarter decision to go with Clubhouse because I absolutely despise Cafe. And thankfully, Verified has stolen my heart and has gone ahead and banned Cafe. I cannot stand Cafe. Corback, I know we haven't been able to cast together before, but that's something you'll learn about me. That is my least favorite map in human existence. I think most
Really?
observers kind of agree with me on that at the same time. That map just plain sucks. It is not fun to cast. It is not fun to watch. Honestly, I'm shocked it's even fun to play. Thank goodness I'll take Tried and True Clubhouse any day of the week over Cafe.
You don't like 3-floor box map? Very tight
It's
corners,
the
3-floor
same.
box
It's just
map?
go to the roof, clear out
Yeah,
stairwell
go
hatch, and
down.
then breach in every
Yeah,
single
every
time.
time. Yeah. It is very true. It is all about vertical, 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 and you'll hear that word bandied about. But thankfully, we don't even have to worry about it. We can take a look at Clubhouse first instead. In Control Nation, we'll get to start on the defense here, maybe a slight advantage for them. Though Clubhouse is one of those maps that has progressively, I think, become a little bit more even in terms of the siding because it is just one of those maps that everybody knows. Now, Clubhouse is a map that I actually absolutely love. I think it's a spectacularly designed map across all of the games that I've commentated on and played in my life. I think it's one of the best maps that I've seen. So I always enjoy seeing it played, even though it does get a little bit rote. But we say that, and we expected Davila to be a little bit rote here as well. But at least on the side of the teams that we saw initially, Def, they were bringing up some sort of interesting choices there on those early defensive sites. So we are still in early stages of this call, round two, plenty of time for teams to kind of experiment and get a bit elastic. And it might actually give us a bit of an idea if one particular team feels very strong here out the gate, if they do start flexing on some of those sort of traditional compositions that we see and traditional site picks as well here on Clubhouse, which is, well-trod territory for most people in the T3 scene by this point in time.
Obviously, here, Corback, the ban phase for this map's typically tried and true. It's pretty standard across. I mean, Habanas can be banned. You don't want to deal with that hatch. The ability to breach that hatch inside kitchen makes it a little bit more difficult to use impact tricking. So Habana, it's a pretty common ban. Aces can be common as well if they don't want to deal with that hard breach. Instead, Thermites are almost never banned. I've seen it occasionally. Thatchers are pretty much a go-to ban. We're probably not going to see Thatcher left up in the air like we saw in Villa, just because Thatcher actually can have
Doubt it.
impact when it comes to Clubhouse. But for the defensive side on that flip, Valkyries are likely to be banned. Typically, you will see Miras or Maestros get banned as well. They can be pretty interesting to see. I would love to see a Mira get banned and not the Maestro, because quite frankly, I love Maestro and I hate to see him get banned out. If you have an Alda in that LMG and you can just spray down any angle, well, it's entertaining to me, despite it just sounding like a giant just gun fest in a lane. But in all honesty, I don't think the ban phase is going to have too many shockers like we had on that depth side. I think both these teams, knowing that they were able to win prior, they are probably sitting and looking here going, okay, we should maybe play a little bit seriously if we want to guarantee our chances here in this open qualifier.
I think you're probably right. And, I don't think either of these rosters is as strong as that depth roster. So that confidence is probably not as there for them. So we would be expecting them to play this a little bit more conservatively, a little bit more traditionally. No Ash going out in round one. And yeah, trying to limit the potential of the hard breaches on this map is something that you will see a lot of teams do. That ace band that you mentioned, he does tend to go out a lot. Hibana, of course, she'll go as well, just because it makes it so much harder to do some of the more, I guess, traditional additional things you have to do as an attacker on this map. At least 2 of these sites are going to require you to get that CCTV wall open, whether you like it or not, and having to do it, with a Maverick and a Thermite running up there and kind of slow opening it versus the Ace being able to basically set up, hold the position on the rappel and get it open, or the Hibana doing the same thing. It just makes it so much easier on the defenders. They don't have to worry about it as much. So I think you're spot on there. And of course, you mentioned the Valkyrie as well. Just a slowly but surely, I think, becoming a more consistent defensive ban. There was a while there where there wasn't a lot of Valkyrie banning going on. Her ban rate was kind of middle of the pack. But of late, I think she's just started to climb because she has the gun, she has the C4, she has the intel. She's just too good of an operator to leave on the field. Even if you are starting off on the defense, you do not want to run into that on attack, especially with her continued ability to throw those black eye cameras outside of the site. It's just really strong, especially on a map like Clubhouse, which does have those kind of sneaky peekies if you like to take them. So I would not be surprised at all if she was removed here.
Yeah, I mean, having her banned is not exactly the most shocking thing. Like you said, over time, she's getting more and more consistently banned out. And speaking of consistence over time, we'll talk about that go-to objective, which I think is becoming more and more of a tertiary objective. CCTV in Cast Room. Typically, attackers are winning that more favored in recent times. It used to be a pretty defensive-sided objective, but now attacking teams are favored instead. It's completely flipped in the other direction. So it's going to be interesting to see what In Control Nation, ICN, is going to be picking up and deciding for their go-to objective choices. But they're obviously banning out that Hibana I talked about prior. That's going to make it a little bit easier for them because they have to start out on the defense, so they don't have to worry about impact tricking against those X-Kairos pellets, because that Hibana small gadget rework really did drastically change the pace of that hard-breaching game.
Yeah, having the ability to select those X Kairos made her so much more useful for breaching reinforced hatches. So not surprised to see her go, especially a defensive side that would be looking towards maybe playing that basement site early on, which has kind of become the primary bomb site for a lot of teams. Thatcher getting banned here as well should be no surprise to anyone who's been following along, right? We didn't see him get banned in our first map today. That was kind of understandable, a little bit weird, but him getting banned out here on Clubhouse makes perfect sense. It does make that CCTV site in particular so much harder if he's not around. And well, there you go, Infernosis, you were right. Mira getting banned out here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to flex on you and say I'm right, but I mean, maybe they're listening. I mean, there is a bit of a delay, but maybe they're listening. Maybe they're aware at that point in time. But so far, I'm 3 for 4 and could see the 4 for 4 come up. ICN could, shake things up, turn things up on its head, but we'll have to see how it pans out. Ban does go through, and it will, in fact, be that Valkyrie. So, I'm 4 for 4 here, Corback. I have a little bit of experience when it comes to R6, especially for such a just tried and true map like Clubhouse. I'm not going to say it's impressive by any means. It's just very standard here. It's just something of watching these teams over time and knowing what really is going on in the current. No, I'm just too good. No, I'm changing it back. I'm throwing it back on its head. I'm a gypsy. I don't know, what's the term, like a genie? What's the term for like predicting the future?
Genie? You mean like a fortune teller?
Yeah, but like there's another.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, there's another term for it.
I'm pretty prognosticator. I don't know. I'm gonna try and think. I'll figure it out. Oracle is another one that's often used.
Maybe I don't know.
Maybe.
I thought I started with a G. I may be incorrect about that. I don't know. I'm smart, big brain, smooth.
Now, if only we can apply that to something where you can win money, like a casino or the lottery or something. To take it,
that would imply I have money to go into the casino. I don't got the money to go in. They won't even let me in the door there. Come on.
Oh no. Well, thankfully they let you in the door of the casting booth, so we can go through for this one. But it will be In Control Nation, and they are taking CCTV here to start things off, so not particularly surprising. I do think it's a little bit interesting they didn't choose to maybe bring a Wamai here. A lot of people will like to play kind of that double projectile denial up there on the rafters. You get the Wamai in there so he can kind of consistently buff his defense, right, when he's sitting up there to hold garage, but doesn't look like they will be bringing that. I mean, the Kaid here, he wasn't banned, and he is an operator that often gets banned here on the defensive side just because he does make life that much more difficult when you do not have the Thatcher in play. Of course, Bills is coming out on the Maverick here, so no big surprises there. The Mystic sub gonna play Maverick and just try and get this wall open here straight into CCTV, or at least allow Cup to get it open instead.
Yeah, obviously you do see that they're going to go ahead and use this blowtorch. Bills is going to go ahead and clear out this eastern subroof, try to clear that hard CCTV wall. A Toxic Bay comes through and actually finds the kill pretty darn quickly, I think with some assistance from some shots. Blasts be able to clean up and figure out what to go for next. Verify now a man down, and I want to point out that Sherb over on this Kaid, sitting over inside of those rafter side of garage. It looks to be that they're going and replacing that Wamai you place up on rafters with that Kaid instead, because they can toss those electric claws up on top of rafter and essentially electric claw trick out that garage wall. And there's almost no chance, especially now that your Maverick is out for the count, there's almost no chance of clearing out that western garage door, which allows for a little bit of more of a safety net because they're forced to funnel in from that doorway instead. But another pick does drop. Salt finds the kill onto Crew. No chance for your Zofia player, that entry, to step forward and find themselves an impactful shot. Hat tries to go against Boys Love Jesus. I'll just say BLJ for short. He finds the kill almost a second. Gavin instead finds it onto Pixel. A 3v3 in play, and only a minute and a half still remains.
Well, BLG trying to play up tight here. JJ here tucked in against this small wall leading into construction. Will fall back just a little bit. They're going to call Salt back into the fold as well, so they add a little bit more defense there. And BLJ, he just blasts him away right there, straight through the wall. BLJ now playing in construction. Will send out that Gemini in, do a little bit of scouting there, and JJ just swings it. He does die for the effort, though. Cup is there, putting a lot of pressure on the defenders. It's just Sherb tucked up here for In Control Nation, trying to stay alive. Sherb rotating around now, coming up towards the top of the secret stairs, just looking for this final kill. Still mounting a pretty impressive defense here, though. And, well, there it goes.
You know, it all happens in due time. Verified will manage to rush forward, and despite having the numerical disadvantage at the beginning, manage to make the resurgence, that comeback, and actually manage to take the round. So ICN, they started off strong but could not finish, and unfortunately for them, the round score will now reflect it. So round 2 in the books has to go forward. It's going to be ICN picking up Church and Arsenal room down to this basement side. This is where you were emphasizing that Habana ban, and it's also going to be where you're emphasizing some impact nades to maybe counter trick and impact trick out some of those attempts to clear Kitchen Hatch. And I think their only way that this verified side is looking to clear Kitchen Hatch is actually with Bills, because an Ace, or sorry, not with Bills, with Cup, because Ace can actually clear those with those Selmas, but if you put a Maverick over there, it's a little bit too dangerous for the blowtorch to actually get into a substantial position and not be shot out instead.
Nah, try to do it with a Maverick would basically be kind of crazy. You just wouldn't even want to try it because it's just not going to succeed. It's worth pointing out here, though, that on the side of Verified, they have 6 frag grenades. So they have brought a lot of frags to this particular party, and that's going to make JJ's placement of these ADSs absolutely critical, because that is a scary number of explosive projectiles there on the side of that Verified squad. Of course, you do have Sherb here as well with the Surya gates. Maybe could make a little bit of an impact there. I think they are throwing one up on that kitchen hatch to just provide a little bit of additional defense in that regard. But yeah, it's always been annoying when you're this ace player and you have to go in and open up the kitchen hatch, because it does take those Suge Selmas out, and you feel a little bit frustrated if rightly so. I'm curious to see how they set this up. I would kind of expect Bills to come around and try and get the hatch open into Moto. That's usually what we see a Maverick do, but it looks like we might get a little bit of a focus on the tunnel here instead.
Seeing them go tunnel's not the most shocking thing. I think what is shocking is the fact... Oh, never mind. We have BLJ right here watching this window heading towards main stairs. If you're not watching that, then you're going to get shot in the rear. And it is a very pivotal thing to make sure that you cannot be shot in the rear, because you kind of need that to stay alive. And thankfully so, Verified will be able to get control of tunnel to some degree, at least an entrance into it. And Pixel's the one sitting deep with that Toxic Babe and shotgun in hand, maybe hoping to contest a little bit stronger. They have 2 minutes that they still have to work with, and those Toxic Babes can buy you about 45 seconds, but that's about it. So it comes down to whether or not you can time those correctly. Some people want to push in the second they're done. If that's the case, if Verified does so, then it's going to be even less time you have to work with. But Pixel has one Toxic Babe ready, goes ahead and pops it, worried about a Gon 6 maybe in the hands of BLJ, that they can clear out this shield if so necessary. But Pixel's going to get aggressive, tries to run forward, but an aid gets tossed in. BLJ finds the kill. kill into Pixel, and now a 4v5, a minute and a half left remaining, and it looks to be that Verified have full and substantial control of this tunnel side, despite them concussing their own teammates in the process.
Just a bit of a mistake there for Pixel pushing up that far. You can't really make excuses right there. We knew that they had the danger of those throwables as well. We mentioned it beforehand. The Gemini coming in right here, that's going to put a ton of pressure on Hat, who just has to stack up behind these boxes in Arsenal Tunnel. Now just a huge gaping vulnerability into the side of this attack. Crew will hold this angle, just waiting for the peak to come out from Hat, but Hat's not giving up anything for free at the moment, holding tight still. And you'll see Gavin, he's in here as well. Shots coming out there. Hat will get one. Lucky he didn't get traded back out, though, because they're still waiting at that tunnel entrance. Great shots coming down on Crew. It'll be JJ who contributes another one to the kill. Hat gets one more. JJ playing on the top deck there, trying to maybe herd them in one direction for the team to pick it up. Cup taking a couple shots there as well. Cup gets two and levels it back out in a very potentially dangerous situation there for Verified, somewhat salvaged here by their ace player, who will get the revive as well.
Yeah, with only 2 players still remaining for both sides, and reviving is going to take a large amount of that time away from you. Now down to 20, you're looking to have to drop down that kitchen hatch to have anything to work with, and it's going to be a dangerous safety net to do so. They drop down, they put themselves in a dangerous spot. Evil Eye does go off, it actually finds the kill onto Bills. Salt's able to connect with it, shots connect the other way as Cup steps forward, takes out Sherb. They have a 3K to their name, having to make it a 4K if they want any chance, but it's not going to happen. The Aldo-wielding Salt will take control as In Control Nation will find themselves around victory.
Well, you mentioned the Alda earlier on, right? Such a good gun in the hands of a Maestro player. It just blasts away right there. Absolute fragging, though, on the side of Cup. He did very well on that ace, making that AK-12 work for him. Was basically able to salvage what was pretty much an almost unsalvable situation, and at least turned around for a potential push there at the end. Unfortunately, Verified not able to bring it round. And it does actually speak to something you mentioned at the beginning, Infernosis, which is that this CCTV cash room site that we're going to has progressively become more and more attacker sighted. We'll see it brought out again here. No real changes in the defensive lineup or in the lineup of the attackers. And I can't help but feel that if you're Verified, you're okay with this, because you did do quite well here last time.
Yeah, and unfortunately for me, at the very least, I don't know if yours is also frozen. I hear the shooting off in the background, but we can't actually see things going on. I assume it's going to be the same old defensive hold, which does kind of not work well with me in terms of my brain, my thought process. I hate saying the same objective twice because it breeds complacency, and I just don't think that belongs in Rainbow Six. But even just playing the objective, you know, one, then another, then back to it. If you just play the same thing, then that is just complacency. In fact, I'd say that's even worse. You're actively going out of your way to not change anything, even when it failed in the first place. So I'm not liking to see this. It's got to be a complete change in strategy. We obviously saw a shotgun rush from Blasted come earlier and managed to clear out the Ayana player of BLJ as they were inside construction, but they weren't able to find the kill after that. I believe it was actually Bills who had, no, it wasn't Bills, sorry, it was Cup that had found that kill as they stepped in from that master bedroom door. And in ICN, In Control Nation, just haven't been working in all cylinders. Their defense on that last hold was a very close scenario, as Verified. Cup was almost able to find and complete a 4K to secure it, but they can't rely on miracles every single time, and Verified, despite losing a player early on last game, has yet to lose one here, so it doesn't exactly bode well for them.
Well, they're being forced to use these smoke grenades early here, which is a little unfortunate. The canister's going out right there just to deny basically this attempt to get the CCTV wall open. Bill's doing a little bit better than he did last time because he at least is alive. He got picked very early. He loses a pretty significant chunk of health in general, but he is continuing to stick with this, struggling a little bit with that Maverick blowtorch, trying to get it open, and there it is again. Bill's going down early for a second time. Sure, playing out of the garage, just finds the feet, takes the peak, and unfortunately that means the Maverick is down, so the CCTV wall should remain relatively inviolate from here on in. But BLJ is in a similar position to where they are last time. Hopefully won't make the same mistake with the Gemini, but happy to just apply this pressure from a different direction. You can see they've completely abandoned anything regarding that CCTV wall.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when you've abandoned anything regarding that CCTV wall, you also completely abandon an off angle. Blast finds a nice shotgun kill into Gavin, and he does do a little bit of damage in the process, but Sherb's able to clean out for their second in this round, managing to find Crew as they attempted to step forward. Cup does find Blast on a refrag, and BLJ takes out Salt, narrowing this margin just a little bit further. Now a 3v2. Cup and BLJ are the last two standing for Verified. With a minute left, they've got to gather information, and they've got to gather a couple more kills on top of it. Hat has their position given away by the Gemini Joan, and Cup jumps in from the other side, but Sherb was able to immediately refrag despite Cup's kill into Hat. Now it's a 1v2. BLJ maybe at 100 HP, but has to deal with two players in the process. Now pulls out the secondary. I'm not sure exactly why they did that in the process, but they do know one player's over by red stairs and one is sitting in garage. An explosive ordnance does go through, and Sherb finds a 3K to their name, finishing off BLJ, and ICN will finish off round 3. They actually do manage to win what I call the attacker-sided objective on the defensive side.
Oh, it's interesting, actually. Sherb is playing so well out of that rafters position, and he's really not been bothered very much at all. You mentioned it last time we were on that site, using the Electro Claw up there on the rafters to kind of control those walls, and he's basically just been left to his own devices on both those attacks. It's just that time he didn't go down earlier on, so very well played from him. And I mean, it's just a bit interesting right now. Genuinely, BLJ and Cup are just kind of grabbing the rest of this Verified roster and dragging them along, whether they like it or not. And that's kind of problematic. If you look at the side of In Control, they have much more even kill distribution across all of their operators right now, whereas you can't really say the same. I think there's two big old donuts right there on the side of Verified. Yeah, they are Bills and Crew, and then Gavin, he only has one to his name, so a little bit rough there. And that kill distribution, well, I mean, it's fine if Cup can keep fragging out, but when you're just kind of relying on one guy, especially your hard breacher, theoretically kind of a support player, to make all your plays, you're running into some dangerous territory right there, and that's not going to change here as we go over to this gym bedroom site at all. The Frost being brought out now by Pixel, a very common pick here, and a very strong pick, actually, all things considered.
Yeah, that 9mm, it's just slept on here, Corbeck. Anybody that's had to face off against that Frost 9mm is just filled with fear. There's nothing else to it. It does so much damage. It may fire pretty slow, but it is such a strong weapon, and it's just something that I never want to have to face off against when I play, and I don't want to be that scummy to play it myself, not only for the Frost mats, but for the weapon already being that good. But they're going to take this offside angle, nothing too shocking, taking control of Cash Room, working and defending from the east, and then working back towards the west when necessary. And I would love to see Verified push in, not just from that window from the southern suburb, but also to see them take control of Logi Hatch, drop down into Logi, and maybe catch those players in Cash Room off guard and have to play from two different angles. Because while you can shoot back through, ICN can look back through Cash Room wall into construction, they'll also have to worry about their front. So you split it, do a 2-2-1, have one player off-site southern suburb, two people Logi, and then two people coming from eastern suburb, and then ICN's forced to fight on literally every single front imaginable, and that's just not feasible for them. I don't think ICN can manage to face off against that many people in such an aggressive manner.
Yeah, this Cash Room extension is pretty much the standard thing that we see, but you're right. I mean, setting up those crossfire angles can just be absolutely deadly. This is great positioning here from Pixel, though, with this shield down towards the top of those secret stairs, just kind of in that general area. Sherb now creeping up underneath here, maybe go for a cheeky C4 play on anyone they have stuck up in those rafters. I think he might be a little bit too late because the only person who was there was Gavin. He's already down. BLJ trying to make something happen here, but it's Crew who finds them on the receiving end of the Alda. BLJ now stuck up in this server room, a 5v3 situation coming online, make it a 5v2 because Bills is down as well. At least he wasn't the first kill this time, as Pixel continuing to hold that position. There goes BLJ. Cup comes swinging in, but it's too little too late. You can't, like I said, you can't rely on the support player to pull it off every time. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, a very egregious round right there. It's not what you were looking forward to, and a very exceptional hold in terms of holding back Verified, despite them having and starting off in a pretty handy fashion. I believe we're going to be heading back to the basement site, and indeed we are. Nothing too shocking here. You can finally return to this oh-so-loved objective and get to maybe deny even more with those Surya gates, and of course, having that kitchen hatch be reinforced. I loved the way that ICN defended this the first time. I thought that Verified's only chance of taking that was because Cup managed to pop off and find a 3K, narrowly missing the 4K opportunity, and because of that, ICN were able to escape it. But if they could just shut down the one player that decides to pop off randomly out of nowhere, then I don't think that ICN's going to have any problem defending this objective. It really just comes down to whether or not impact can be found, not with the impacts, but with the explosive ordnance of nades in the hands of Verified. Because like you said, 6 of them in their pocket, and they did not find basically anything with them the first time around. They need to be able to clear utility, they need to be able to clear operators, and they need to be able to actually step onto the objective to even get a diffuser plant down, put the lunchbox down, maybe even just take a rest. They've got to do something because Verified, they're not looking verified in the eyes of the scoreboard.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up those throwables. I mean, they got 1 kill with them, right? They got Pixel in Tunnel, which was a big pick, but they weren't able to turn it into anything really substantial after that. But the interesting thing is here, INC has made a swap. They have JJ playing Smoke now, so he will be the one holding this tunnel. It looks like maybe. No, Pixel will go back over there again, at least throw down another ADS. They don't want a repeat of what happened last time. And on the side of Verified, they, I think, are looking for a repeat of what happened last time. They've got Bills here opening up this small hole so they can apply pressure down here if they want to, and they have those throwables available if they choose to use them. An early kill coming out there. Crew finds one on JJ. I don't know if he was trying to look or peek or something, but he got caught right out there and will die. Of course, Gav is down here too, so it is a 4v4 situation, but this tunnel is looking wide open, and that's exactly what happened. JJ tried to peek and Crew got them, and in doing so sacrificed an incredibly valuable defensive operator incredibly early on in the round. And not only that, but this tunnel is wide open now. A dagger aimed at the heart of this defense.
Yeah, and a dagger is, unfortunately, of them can be double-sided. It can be a double-edged blade, so you have to be careful in both directions. It can come back to bite you in the rear. Has a very aggressive stance here behind short box on this Arsenal hold, and looking for maybe an opportunity. Typically, you place your Maestro player in that position, but instead you're going to have the AUG to work with. It is a pretty long-range weapon, but not as potent as I guess I would say as the Aldic can be, but they're still anchoring pretty aggressively. Hat is in a very substantial position, like I said, behind short box, watching towards this tunnel side. They still need to be wary of that kitchen hatch. We had seen just prior that your Sledge player had dropped it. Gavin had dropped it prior, and it didn't work out for them, and they were felled in the process on that last round we had seen for basement, but Pixel still holding on first floor, sitting inside stock. They have the ability to rotate to catch one player off guard. Bills is sitting pretty inside of main bar, sitting actually behind the bar itself, waiting for one player to maybe get greedy and go for that aggressive peek. Pixel's watching, maybe looking for an opportunity to run out and actually head towards that main hall. This Gemini drone from BLJ is actually coming through, spots 2 players, gets shot out in the process. 45 seconds still remain on the clock, and they have to decide how they're going to drop into this objective. An aggressive stance comes through as BLJ does drop down, looking for maybe an opportunity to plant down diffuser, gets behind a reinforced wall. Kool-Aid goes through. Pixel finds Cup. A Cup had found Salt in the first place. Bills finds Pixel in a refrag. Now he 2v3. Hat looking to maybe stop one player down in tunnel, but this spike has been planted. Not spike, this isn't valid. This lunchbox has been planted, and now they're going to have to go for their just desserts, maybe hoping to get a defuse in this process in this post-plant scenario.
Hat here still trying to defend it out, just can't quite find the picks that he needs. Sherb is in the area as well, and he will actually get Bills down, but they are running out of time. 25 seconds left on that lunchbox right now. Crew here still holding in this tunnel position. We did say it's quite strong. It can be a bit double-edged, but it is not so far this time. BLJ will just get tapped here, and nobody really wanting to go for the fuse. No, Sherb will get it, and Hat does a spectacular job of just closing down that angle, but definitely a round, I think, that's going to give INC a little bit of worry right there. They have to worry about that one just a bit. Oh my lord! I was reading the chat. It's funny. They're giving him strategic advice at this point in time, telling Crew to go up to the hatch instead of holding that tunnel spot.
Do something. Go somewhere else. Do something else. I mean, yeah. I mean, ICN, they had to worry a little bit. They were sweating, right? There's no way they weren't sweating. When you're in a post-plant scenario, you're gonna have some stress on your back. It's just a question of, are you going to put on your bootstraps and run forward, or are you just gonna let Verified walk all over you? And obviously ICN are letting their name hold true. They are definitely in control of this one. 4-1 is the score last round before this halftime switch. We could see it go 5-1, or it could be that 4-2 split. I think if you're Verified, you obviously don't want it to go 5-1, but I don't think In Control Nation's really going to give Verified the opportunity, because the last time we saw this objective for this attack on Verified for this CCTV and cache, it looked like In Control Nation managed to take it in a pretty substantial fashion. They had holds, they had good positions, came down to a 2v1, one player sitting inside rafters, rotated through a wall that had been breached, stepped inwards into CCTV and got the kill. And then your player, of course, sitting on red stairs. I don't think Verified really knew what was coming at them, and they can't just rely on Cup to get all of the kills, which it has definitely seemed to be so far in this matchup.
Pixel and Hat here have kind of wised up to a certain extent. The call has clearly been made to try and deal with the fact that there are 6 projectiles. Oops, a little bit of friendly fire right there from JJ coming in. Maybe just teaching Pixel a lesson. I'm not exactly sure why, but Bills, he's going to go back to this wall, and he has not had a fun time on this wall so far tonight. They're going to go straight in for the Selma charge onto it, wasting no time at all. The diffuser dropped there as well. A very aggressive posture coming out, and Pixel already dead here. That is an unfortunate loss indeed early on in the round, but the Jaeger, you can afford to lose him. You don't like not having the gun around. Sherb here holding up in rafters, finally getting pressured for really the first time in this match. Still 6 frag grenades in the pocket for Verified, so plenty of explosive artillery to bring to this fight if they so choose. Crew just going to continue to apply a little bit of pressure to this garage, and it looks like they might be trying to open up a different angle of attack here.
Obviously, the Swiss cheese on that outside eastern subroof wall makes it a little bit more difficult for them to actually hard breach it going forward, and it kind of denies and slows down the pace just a little bit. But you've got Gavin, you've got a Sledge. I don't see why Verified hasn't been bringing that over and working with it to try and assist them. And instead, they really haven't been able to get that eastern subroof wall, that CCTV hard wall, breached whatsoever. So Platt, completely wasted. They have one sightline, and in all honesty, it's not even a strong sightline. But player below, that's going to be Hat, that Wamai player, looking to drop some of their magnets onto that hatch inside construction. Could be a great way to waste some utility if they're maybe not paying attention, because Gavin does have 2 nades they can work with, can get yoinked out of his arms in midair. Same with BLJ, who has 1 still remaining as well, looking to maybe toss their nade, cooking it right now. I think it did actually just get magneted, but Crew finds a kill onto Salt. Now at 3v5, Crew's looking for maybe another opportunity, playing Do-Si-Do outside the CCTV window. A Toxic Babe is tossed. JJ's in a firefight in between. Not really won by either direction, but there we go. The Mossberg pulled out, and Crew will take the L, finished off by the Toxic Babe that was previously tossed. And now Sherb sitting in this Raptor side is going to be the last 2 standing, because Bill, still holding eastern subroof, uses that slight hold they had just prior and takes out JJ. Sherb and Hat are the last 2. They've got a phase 4, make it the last 1, and it's last 0, because Verified will actually manage to make it a 4-2 half as they take round 6.
Was a much better attack there coming out from Verified. They really wanted that 4-2 split. They did a good job of opening up multiple fire angles right there and really playing off of those. Also just taking some, quasi-aggressive gunfights. We saw that one around CCTV window. That was a pretty aggressive take from them, and though JJ did eventually kind of trade it out, it was still a good play. They also put pressure on Sherb up in Rafters, which is something that I had talked about. He had basically kind of lived up there rent-free that entire time. Finally, I think it was Crew put a little bit of pressure on him, kept him guessing about that doorway, which in turn allowed them to open up. Also, they didn't rely entirely on Bills to get the wall open, right? They finally settled on, hey, let's just put a hole in there, play off that angle, cause some problems, and that actually worked out for them, not investing as much time and effort into trying to get the whole wall open, kind of parceled out into a victory for them. But now over to the defense here, and they're not going to start CCTV. They're going to start down in the basement. Can't blame them for that at all. And then on the side of In Control Nation, well, they're going to bring a set of kind of frag heavy operators here as well. You've got Blastful coming in, or I should say JJ coming in with the frags. You've got Salt there as well. Pixel rounding it out with an Ash. So pretty standard stuff right there. The majority, I think we're going to see JJ try and come over and open up this moto hatch. And then, as we pointed out before, kitchen hatch responsibility, well, that will be on the side of Sure. But an added difficulty to everything is the fact that Crew is bringing this Kaid, which is something we did not see on that INC side.
I would think one of the big things I'd like to see from ICN right now is the fact that they are going to bring a pretty standardized hard breaching lineup. I love to see thermites when it comes to the basement objective. I think that they actually have a pretty strong role, especially with the fact that smokes are pretty prevalent now and can be used. I think that it adds a level playing field across, and unfortunately JJ is missing the camera and Pixel will have to do it instead, but they're being exceedingly aggressive, quite swift, now stepping down towards central stairs. Pixel's looking for an opportunity, clears out the Banshee, or attempts to do so at this point in time. A Nitro will be ripped and dipped, and now they're going to rush up instead. Bills is taking the fight head on, wastes the Nitro, but wastes away Pixel in the process as well. A 4v5 early on, not even a minute has passed yet in this one, and In Control Nation have attempted to rush in aggressively, and it has only backfired so far.
Oh, it's nice to see Bills getting the first frag instead of being it that round. That was good. He must be happy with himself right there. But holding up his Crew here down in the arsenal as well. Sherb trying to set up kind of a fire line through. Normally we see a lot more, I'd say, vertical destruction right here. This was mostly dedicated to getting that down, and they will manage to get this hatch open into the arsenal. But Sherb, he's in kind of a difficult angle, and that's why you'll see him peel off. You don't want to be stuck up there on top of that kitchen counter when the shots start flying up. They do have some C4s to play with here on the defensive side as well. You've got Crew with one C4 in the pocket, and Bills has already used his to no avail, but Crew will hold on to that. I imagine try and use it maybe to catch somebody looking through kitchen, but a bit of a slowdown here in Infernosis, just trying to figure out the best way to assault this on the side of In Control.
Yeah, obviously Hat's trying to face off against Bills in secret. It'll work out for him, and they'll guarantee themselves a little bit of success. JJ's looking towards this kitchen hatch, has an 8 cooked, ready to toss. Could be a dangerous position for BLJ, who's sitting on that side. Oh, Assault with a nice flick with the G36C. Finds the kill, and now it's a 4v3. In Control Nation have that man advantage. They've dropped down hatch as well. Sherbis looking to plant down this lunchbox, looking to take some shots towards central steps as well. Cup a step downward. Sherbis denied of this diffuser placement, because Cup, despite all odds and despite the low HP, manages to step forward and deny it in the end. Crew has been down, sitting inside church. Hat does get a kill onto Gavin. It's just Cup remaining, and during the drop, if I am correct here, actually does find the kill. That's JJ. No, is it not? Oh, where's this kill?
It would have been beautiful if it was the drop.
He got splinter celled.
Oh, my Lord. You hate to see it. I mean, you'd love to see it
Love
as well. To be fair, it was beautifully done. But, man, that nearly ran away from him right there. I thought for sure when it was Sherb who went down with the diffuser, I thought for sure they were in for a bit of a rough ride right there. And all credit to him. I mean, I think the entire plan was to have Sherb go for the plant, and then you had Salt cutting off that basement hallway angle. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to bring Cup down. They put a lot of reliance right there on Salt to make the kill, and it didn't happen. Fortunately, though, they were kind of able to trade those frags right back and come in with the superior gun skill and just win that out, but kind of inches away from disaster right there. And, you know, you talked a bit about how this is, you know, a little bit of lethargy, sloth, what have you, kind of going back to the same point one more time. They will go back down to the basement again. They're bringing a Maestro here. BLJ will walk that one out. A bit of a change, I believe, in the lineup right there. I don't think they had a Maestro last time, did they? I misremember?
BLJ was Maestro. He just
okay.
He just
didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I don't remember him, and then he just died, so that would probably explain it. Very unfortunate.
Big explanation, yeah. Main stairs, crossfire shot with the G36C. No chance. BLJ does not hit those shots.
No, it's a bit of a rough situation to be in, to be fair. But I'm interested to see if this one plays out any differently than the last one, because I guess they're not really making very many changes. Bill's kind of the solo roamer up here, is playing down on the secret stair up and down towards blue. And it's a bit of an interesting to just go back at it and try it the exact same way. I guess you have confidence that last round was maybe kind of a fluke. I don't know if I necessarily agree with this.
Yeah. I mean, you know my opinion. I can't stand seeing the same objective twice but no change. It's complacency, sloth, lethargy, whatever you want to say, right? However you want to phrase it. every caster has a new term for it. I always love to hear what people have to say about it, but I think most casters agree that saying the same objective twice with the same exact setup and lineup, it's moronic, I think is the term that I will give. It's not what you want to have. It just doesn't make sense. Shots attempted, but they toss 2 Selmas, and it actually does manage to get one of them off, and I think it would have been better played to actually have the impacts that were in the hand of BLJ to go off there instead. Bill's attempting to drop off a Nitro, ripped and dipped, finding no success. Not even a lick of damage in the process, and that kitchen hatch, I believe, is done and done. No Surya Gate there as well, so it could be a quick and easy drop for ICN if they do choose to go there, but instead, they need to clear out this tunnel side and go for more than one angle instead of just taking that drop hatch and losing Sherb on that plant to Cup like they did last round.
That's a very bold peek right there from Pixel. Just kind of swings out and fires those breaching rounds down. Now it's just going to hard pressure in, and yeah, he's just waiting down there with the gun. He gets 2 on the SMG-11. That's unfortunate. So the tunnel push, well, that ends in nothing short of disaster right there. You will not have that angle to play with now in this 3v5. And yeah, you need somebody to maybe open up Moto or something. I don't know. BLJ is down, and Sherb, he's just going to drop straight in. He looks over towards tunnel, but Bills is here. The trade's coming fast and furious, though, as Hat and Salt respectively get in on the action. Cup, though, is still alive right here, but not for very long. Salt gets him, and somehow Gavin is there. A beautiful round from the smoke player, kind of salvaging what could have been an absolute disaster there for the side. Well done indeed.
I think they could have played that a little bit slower. Obviously, one player was down.
Oh,
I don't think they necessarily knew that player was down, right? I don't think they had the full information behind it, but what I do know is the fact that they could have played a little bit slower, worked with the time that they had. They may have been a 1v3 and making it that 1v2, but I know that player can play exceptionally well. They can work with what they have. They can play it a little bit slower and find those kills in due process, but they just got a little bit too greedy, try to catch the opposing team off guard, and I'm sorry, Verified's a pretty good team. They have the ability to completely deny you of that aggression, and I think that was just ICN under-evaluating their opponents.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
I think you're genuinely right. I mean, you know, they might have the advantage here on the score line, but the tunnel rush right there was just kind of painful. Like, what did you think was going to happen? Genuinely sprinting full speed down the tunnel. I mean, I know you're an Ash player, so rush, shoot is kind of the idea, but man, Gavin's just waiting there. You know he's there. You're not even really droning it, but you know he's there. There's no reasonable team is not going to have their smoke there. And just because the shield goes down doesn't make that tunnel, you know, completely indefensible. So kind of getting punished a bit for their hubris right there, if I'm being honest. At least that's what it looked like to me. They'll go back up to CCTV Cash now on the side of the defense. And Verified has to be pretty okay with how that's gone, right? That was a good pickup for them, and I'm sure it'll help build a little bit of confidence. Certainly Gav, he's got to be happy. Based on the back of that round. And well, if you're over on the side of In Control Nation, you gotta make some hard decisions here. You gotta take a little bit of a look at yourself and kind of be like, all right, guys, slow it down. It's 5v3. This is eminently winnable. Let's not kind of throw this one away trying to get overly hasty. I think that's the key for them right now.
Yeah, you can't get yourself too greedy, right? You can't bite off more than you can chew. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing right now for both sides. Verified came in round 1, found success despite being a man down, and then couldn't really find success after that. It took them a while, and unfortunately for them, it looked like they did bite off more than they could chew because ICN just kind of caught their button, caught their number, knew what they were doing, and really just counteracted it in due process. But an aggressive stance comes through and through Jacuzzi's side, now rushing through Master Bedju, maybe going to head through Logi as well. They need to take control of this construction, maybe take control of Cash Room, and maybe try to get a plant down in the process. But when it comes to the CCTV room, it's really just a matter of a TDM, and the first kill drops in favor of Verified. BLJ finds one at Assault, immediately fragged back as Bills takes Pixel, a 3v5 as ICN, 2 men down, and they really don't know what to do at this point in time. They just have to pray they can frag back and return, but Corback, I'm sorry to say it, I don't know if they have what it takes because this Verified site is fortified and not looking like they're wanting to move anytime soon.
I'm just genuinely confused. Like, I don't get these gunfights that they're taking. I just don't understand. What, like, Verified's not bad. What are you doing? You can't win these gunfights against them. This is, I mean, maybe you could, but you're playing way too boldly for this. And poor Sherb, he's just stuck here in construction wondering what the hell happened. I mean, they still have Hat, rotating around here outside of the CCTV wall, just trying to be a nuisance. But this is as close to as unsalvageable situation as you're ever going to get. And that basically just buries it right there. So Sherb, he's not long for this world. He'll go ahead and get one pick there kind of for free. BLJ just taking the aggressive swing. He's either going to continue to push this or, he could effectively just go bury it in the corner and just wait it out and maybe give his team time to talk. But it looks like he's going to stay at least in the area and maintain that threat, even if it's not going to necessarily work out. And he just walks right into the gun of cups. So I'll genuinely be honest with you, Infernosis, I don't understand. This is not the In Control Nation we saw on the defensive side. It's very strange.
It's definitely not. Maybe they thought, hey, we were winning 50-50 gunfights statistically majority of the time. We'll just do it again. Now they're not. Verified is just, I think the term that I use with John all the time is getting pogged on. I mean, Verified have taken every single gunfight. I mean, it is a absolute slaughter in favor of Verified, and ICN have thrown away a massive lead. Now only one round between the two teams. We could see Verified just continue to sweep out this half, take it all the way, but we are heading to the tertiary objective choice of Master Bedroom and Gym, so this could be the decider, the round that maybe brings ICN back in substantial control. I guess it really just comes down to whether or not Verified are actually truly comfortable on this map, or if they will, get flustered. And I'm just confused here, Corback. My brain can't keep up with what I see and is failing to put together.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird, and I don't understand where it's coming from. I thought it might have been a Hubers thing, but you would think that lesson had been taught to them previously on the round down in basement. But apparently, they needed another go at it. Unfortunately, I am getting a gray screen here. I don't know if you're getting one as well. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. So we can just peer into the smoky depths right there, and there we go. We are back. A little bit of a time skip, but that's okay. The defense setting up here. The frost not being brought on this particular site, and it looks like, unfortunately, Pixel has disconnected, and I am being told that we will be looking at a rehost right here since Pixel did drop. I don't know if that means they're going to play out the round. Looks like it, but obviously in a 5v4, that's not going to be very fun.
Well, I don't think it's a play out situation. It should be a rehost. He disconnected in the prep phase, so I think that
right. You would think, yeah.
Speaking, but it's frozen anyways for me, so I really have no idea. I think maybe our producer's having some connection problems. I think that was what was stated earlier about when we had some jitters, some hiccuping inside of the feed, and now we just can only hear and not see. So unfortunately, we'll be taking a little bit of a pause as you can take a look at our beautiful faces. Honestly, these faces here, no matter what, still look better than In Control's gameplay in the last few rounds.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you got there's one. No, you're right. Genuinely, it's crazy. I'm like, okay, I am new to Siege, right? I am learning that I'm not, entirely new, but I'm learning how this organized play stuff works. I just don't get it. I don't get why you start taking those aggressive gunfights. Maybe it is a percentages game where you're like, yeah, we've been winning those pretty consistently. Let's just keep winning them. And it's just not happening. I mean, and it's not even necessarily aggressive gunfights. It's just awkward positioning. I don't know who it was that we saw on the last site there pushing into cash, but they just kind of buried themselves in the corner on a weird angle by the door with no easy escape, and they died for it. And it's like, well, okay, we're playing a little bit weird here. So I don't know if they saw that victory line in sight there and they just got greedy, if that's what happened, or if genuinely they're just struggling on the attack and they're trying to force gunfights to win. Whatever it is, though, they need to reel it back in, or they might look here at somebody passing them in the review mirror, and that somebody is going to be their opponents.
Yeah, I think that kind of stands for both sides. You can't underestimate your opponent. You can't, sleep on it. And unfortunately for both sides, it looked like Verified after taking round one was sleeping on In Control Nation. And then now it's been kind of the reversal. ICN have been sleeping and have been caught slacking. And I think the term that I like to use is they're slack-a-lacking. But I think you guys aren't ready for that just yet. But At this point in time, I think In Control Nation with one round loss, if they manage to lose this next one to Master Bedroom and Jim, then it could be a bit of a nail in the coffin in terms
Oh,
of morality. Like your entire like mental at that point in time, you're gonna be chalked. You're maulding, or whatever phrase you want to use for it. You're gonna be upset. You're down bad, down horrendous. I mean, how many more like terms can I say for it? It doesn't bode well for them, right? If they
no.
manage to lose this next one, then Verified are looking like reverse of what I stated earlier. They didn't look verified in the eyes of the scoreboard. Now they're looking verified in the eyes of UPL. They're about to take this victory if this, In Control Nation squad can't manage to step up and gun up.
Yeah, they've got to live up to their namesake a little bit, right? They got to get in control of themselves and kind of their strategy. I mean, we saw things that they were doing, and they were not tactically unsound, right? Like this is the truth of the matter. They were doing the things that you would expect people to do. They opened up the tunnel to open up that additional angle. They're playing off of the kitchen hatch, right? They're putting pressure on the CCTV wall to enable a push coming in from construction. All very valid things, but at the end of the day, the execution is what's hurting them. That actual mechanical play, and it is strange for multiple reasons. I talked about one thing. It's just weird to be taking gunfights like this. It's also weird because the In Control Nation are not a bad team at gunning, and suddenly they are just not winning their ones. And I think part of that is because they are taking such aggressive ones that they're not even able to really bring those gunfights down and kind of win them. And that's not including the ones that are just, genuinely inexplicable, like sprinting down the tunnel. That's just, I will never understand. But it's a bit difficult for them right now. So what do they change to win here? I mean, that's the thing that I'm most curious about.
You want me to digest that as somebody who knows so
Oh
much
yeah,
about the
go
competitive
ahead.
R16? Gun better, shoot first, click on
Yeah.
forehead. I mean, like it's pretty standard. You need more crossfires, more X shots, is what some people in Valorant will call it in terms of coaches. You need
Mhm.
more crossfires. You can't go into an angle and peek a certain shot and lose that gunfight and then have your second person just tunnel in behind you, right? Set up a crossfire. If you're gonna peek it once, say if it's a shotgun use you're facing off against or an SMG 11 use you're facing off against, just go same time. Maybe you're baiting the first guy, but at least you're winning that fight. And at that second point, say you're stepping in towards tunnel because you had pointed that one out as well. Say you're stepping in towards tunnel and you have those two players wanting to push in that direction. Have one player come in through secret down into mechanical. Have them come through utility. Have them have that crossfire angle. They'll have to win their one more than likely if the player's sitting down behind util. But at the same time, it's still a better chance to win that fight where it's not a close up and close engagement where you're facing an SMG that honestly is one of the best weapons in the game just natively
Mhm.
because of its rate of fire and somewhat easy to control recoil with practice. It's better to take that and get that crossfire set it up because there's an even easier crossfire over there. Drop down through sewer, drop in through secret. You've got two players pushing utility, have one player inside kitchen, and then have your two players inside tunnel. Two players in tunnel, wait for a little bit longer, take control of utility, have a crossfire setup, and now you've got a double-edged sword with a player to drop down through kitchen hatch to get diffuser planted down, and you've got control of that round, but you're doing none of that. And instead, you're funneling, you're dying, and you're losing rounds.
I think they would also, I mean, you're 100% spot on with all of that, to be fair. And you've kind of laid it out for them exactly what they need to do. Just as a little bit of an addendum, I also think they would benefit a little bit from more droning, just more intel in general. I think they've taken a couple of pushes now and a couple of engagements where they have not been droning. And I think that has been semi noticeable. We saw a really good example of that on that round down in the basement that ended in that kind of 2v1 scenario, which was more of a 2v2, at least on the scoreboard, but the Maestro was down, just waiting to be picked up. And I genuinely think those players had no idea that he was down. So there was never any real effort to kind of do anything but face check in that particular situation. And I think they got punished for that. It's not as if both of these sides have been very heavy on their drone denial. If you went back and compared it to our Villa game that we saw earlier, where you saw it was Breeze in particular who was played up tight against a wall, just waiting for the drones to come in so he could collect them. That's not been happening as much there. So the intel has to be somewhere in this wide world of Clubhouse, but they're not calling on it when they really need it. So that's something that they could improve on. But if you compare their attacks to the attacks we saw from Verified in terms of setting up those crossfires you were talking about, Verified did an infinitely better job of it from what we've seen so far.
Yeah. I think you really managed to digest that information pretty well. I can't disagree by any accounts. What we're seeing right now, what we're going to have to see change for this second floor tertiary objective of Master and Gym, it's going to be a lot. I think that we need to see a Jacuzzi push, at least 2 players heading in through
Yeah.
Jacuzzi. I think we need to see at least 1 player heading in through Logi. I think forego trying to step in from that CCTV side because they're putting 1 player in Rafters and they're putting 1 player in Cash Room. And then sometimes I think they even put 1 player inside of Red Stairs. And just any and
Mhm.
all attempts to push in through the last time we saw this objective were just funneled and fizzled out. And it was a flawless round, if I remember correctly. So thinking about what happened and thinking about what's going to happen going forward, a lot has to change. I think you need to kind of switch it up. Maybe go in through central stairs as well. Maybe go in 1 drop Logi hatch, maybe 2, because there's some good angles you can get to maybe deny players sitting inside pocket of Logi, even inside vault of Logi. You still have to worry about desk of Logi, but at that point in time, you're basically can just drop it and spray and pray, right? We already saw that once on Kitchen Hatch from them to end around, dropping down Splinter Cell style and going for that kill. Oh, G4 style where the hamster comes in and like Tom Cruise Mission Impossible kind of look. But except there was no wires, except he just belly flopped. So um I think you have the opportunity to do these things. There are strategies in place. And quite frankly, if you don't have a strat book and you don't have multiple options to go through to kind of counteract any one given opponent you're facing off against, then that's on you. You're caught slacking and they're going to take the lead because of it. And that's nobody's fault but your own because these 2 teams, they're evenly matched. These 50-50 gunfights look like they were going in Control Nation and now have completely flipped. Now it's probably more statistically 50-50 overall throughout this game just because ICN have managed to fall short of what we were expecting from them.
That is exactly what's happened here. It is falling short of what I expected of them, at least coming off of a very solid defensive half. I mean, everybody knows that, right? Attacking is the harder thing to do. And you would kind of expect a team, though, that was good at attacking to be, if not equally good, or sorry, good at defending, if not equally good at attacking, will at least, solid at attacking. This is not really come to fruition in that regard. So we'll just have to see what they do. We are back in the lobby now, so we will be able to start this round 10 up. And you mentioned something interesting, which was the amount of effort that was being devoted over towards that CCTV cache hold for this gym bedroom point, and it was extensive. They even, I think, had their smoke players setting up a shield at the top of the red stairs to just kind of hold that area as well, which is something that we saw on the other side coming in from in control when they were on the defense, just with a frost there. They will not be bringing a smoke this time, though. A little bit of a change up in this setup. Kaid coming out here on the side of crew, so that change coming in. The mute obviously here as well, and a Rooney being played, all very sensible picks. And you saw, I believe it was Bills coming, or JJ, sorry, coming in. Is that B name that got me? Coming in on the side of the Maverick there to open up this wall into Jacuzzi. So at least one part of your overarching strategy that you provided there during the break, Infernosis, coming into fruition here.
We've got to see more strategies, right? Obviously, what I like to see right here from Verified in terms of their defense is Surya Gator Rooney on Gavin. You've got BLJ rocking the mute, which is a great way to deny out that Jacuzzi wall, just natively speaking. But nades can be tossed through, and of course, you can Maverick it out, and it's pretty difficult to hold that. That's why you typically will bring something like a Mira sitting inside bathroom of Master Bedroom, but obviously Mira's not in contention. Has been banned down, and that's Verified kind of shooting themselves in the foot with their own ban. I think it works out for them because they didn't have to face ICN with the mirror, but unfortunately they will be having to place this objective without it as well, which means that Jacuzzi wall is almost for naught. They need to have 1 player on main stairs and they need to have 1 player inside Logi, and that's their only way to really contend because otherwise it's just 1 rotation hole in through to gym. And a single breach on that southern subroof to be able to watch that gym window will deny any chance of a rotation and just completely slaughter anyone who attempts to crouch down through that hole unverified. So ICN has the options to counter it. It's just a matter of do they have the intel to know what Verified is bringing to the table to make it worthwhile to do so.
Well, JJ, he's going to hop right up there onto that Jacuzzi balcony and just start getting that wall open. Takes a tickle of damage here, adds a little bit more to it, but the wall is fully open. Good play there from Hat as well to just blast that through, and those shards of wood hanging in the air. A successful demonstration of anti-gravity properties and also weird observer side glitches, but that's okay. BLJ here pulling up tight, looking down this kind of main staircase, seeing if he can catch anybody looking out, but nah, nobody pushing in just yet. Picks Pixel is in the general area, though, using these breaching rounds to just kind of put some pressure on any players up in that bathroom. No true worries coming in just yet as they begin their initial approach to the site. And BLJ, he's not looking particular fussed. He's more than happy to continue holding the spot.
Yeah, you don't need to be too greedy. I think they maybe were listening in a little bit while the Rios is going through. They're trying to be a little bit smarter about it, make sure not to make those mistakes that will continue to demoralize and catch them off guard. But long shot angle, Cups holding within Jim, now has to go prone and lie back through, but a play on the outside southern suburb is going to start blasting and completely ridding Cup of most of their HP. But it'll be Crew who actually finds the first kill into JJ. Bills finds a second now into Hat. Now a 3v5 in play is verified, are just absolutely slaughtering the In Control Nation side. Make that another one. Bills gets the double kill. BLJ finds Pixel. It's just Sherb. We could see a flawless round. It tends to be this tertiary objective where it has happened, and there it happens to be again. Verified will take round 10 flawlessly at that. And an absolute bang of a round here for round 2 of this UPL action.
Good Lord. Yeah, nothing much to be said about that one. Everybody just died. Trying to get those cheeky shots in through those outside windows did not work at all. And then I don't think they applied any pressure to logistics hatch either. If they did, we didn't see it on stream, which essentially meant that that was free real estate for defenders to control. And it's a powerful angle. It's a powerful defensive position. You can't leave it uncontested. On top of all of that, just kind of that time frame too. Counting down to the end and then suddenly just trying to sort of make things happen in those last minutes, especially when they were in a 5v3 situation. That was an ugly round. It was an ugly round from In Control Nation, and I am just a little bit gobsmacked that it continues to play out this way, because that's at least 2 or 3 rounds now where you would think some of these lessons would start being kind of taken into account and changes would need to be made, and it doesn't really seem to be that way. They're still kind of taking these aggressive gunfights. They're still getting caught at awkward angles and brought down, and they're still not building up the crossfires that they really need to win. So going back down to basement here, and I look at In Control Nation, and it's just kind of like, well, this is on you. Ball's in your court 100% here. You know you can win these. It's just figuring out the right way to do so at this point in time.
Yeah, whoever wins this one will be knocking on that match point scenario. So it could be over in 2 rounds, or it could be over in 5 if we do happen to make it overtime as well. We'll have to see how it pans out, but we'll talk a little bit about the games that have already been happening throughout. Overture managing to beat Absolute Zero. The Daycare, the team that was 7-0 to the beginning, actually beats Hydrocore Orange. And Syntax Esports beats Infamous, and then rounding everything off is Depth versus Revenge Nation, where Depth will take that victory. This is the last game here in round 2, which means we'll be able to quickly jump into round 3 once this one ends, but obviously neither one of these sides are going out without a fight. They are gunning, and some would say well, some would say not so well, depending on how you look at it in some of these middle rounds in this second half. ICN have definitely flubbed a few of them in control, but maybe a lack thereof throughout. Verified is holding on pretty steadily. You see JJ looking to breach out some of these hatches, maybe going in through Moto. Bills down below has expended that nitro cell and already has wasted that. Ripped and dipped, and now out for the count of 5v5. Make it a 4v5 as Crew's nitro does actually find impact in JJ. 2 minutes left on the clock. 1 player lost so far.
I'll be honest, the rounds have just been kind of ugly. There's no really either way forward. It's not even been particularly, I mean, Verified got that flawless round, but it wasn't even particularly because they played super well. It's just kind of because some very bad play coming out there, and it's not stopping. I mean, Pixel drops down into Moto and just gets slaughtered. Crew trying to challenge up through the hatch, getting a little high off his own supply right there. Thinks he can win that gunfight and is rather rudely shown that he cannot. And now we see, with about 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, Salt finally doing a little bit of preparatory work here with the Gemini, giving him a good idea of those defensive positions. But Cup, he's just going to frag out. Salt trades it back in, and now a 2v3 scenario. Salt's going to walk right up the middle of the basement hallway, look down towards Blue, see if he can find anything. Nothing there. Turns his back and gets annihilated. Baby loves Jesus. Sorry, boys love Jesus. Getting that pick there, coming out of the Moto doorway. At least they had the right idea on the turn, and now it's all down to Sherb here, who's trapped at the bottom of the stairs, trying to fight his way into a 3-way angle gunfight, and this is not particularly good at all.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from Verified. They have a crossfire. They got one player sitting inside across from Kool-Aid Wall. You've got Sherb trapped in Central Stairs. You've got one player holding short boxes, one player in church that's just waiting for an opportunity for their time. They only need 2 players in that crossfire. 3 would just be an extra nail in the coffin that doesn't necessarily seem necessary in that time. But BLJ, Boys Love Jesus, finds the last kill with the Alda, securing it as they stepped out for Mimo. And it looks to be Verified running away with it in the second half, now coming off strong, and goodness gracious, In Control Nation have lost control, and they're facing match point against Verified.
This is disastrous. You've not lived up to your namesake at all here, lads, if I'm being honest, and this is spiraling down into a pit. They need to try and win a round here to try and salvage at least some dignity out of this and push this into overtime, because this is pretty grim. JJ showing us a Nook here of all things. I'm assuming that's going to be 6 picked out. I mean, I love Nook as an operator, but yeah, she's not super effective. He'll go over to the Maverick there, so still got a sense of humor. That's good, I guess. You'll need it if you're going to get over the mental boom from this one, because this is not going to be pretty. Verified gets over to this defensive side and just takes In Control for an absolute ride right here. Just a disaster is showing from a squad that, again, is not bad. I've seen them over in RSA. I know that they're not bad, and I know to a certain extent that they're better than what they have shown us here today, and it's just rough. There's no other words for it. The CCTV room, we talked about it earlier on in the broadcast, Infernosis. It's becoming more attacker-sided as time goes by, so maybe, just maybe, In Control can force this over to a 6-6 and that overtime spot. But honestly, if I was a betting man, I would not be putting a lot of money on them right now.
Yeah, I mean, Verified are looking pretty hot. A very strong showing from them here in this second half as they switch over to defense. It's not the most shocking thing to see a team pop off and play better on defense, but what is shocking to see is how one-sided this defense has been and how whack In Control Nation has been playing in this second half. I think there's really no other way to put it. It's kind of been whack, jank, whatever phrase you want to use for it. I got like a billion ones that my uncles and aunts used to use when I was a young kid growing up on a farm, right? We've got a billion terms for things like that. I mean, and that's exactly what it's been. And Verified are still just playing just guns up, guns out, and a gunfight already engaging as Bills plays towards that soft wall now inside master bedroom, getting shot in multiple directions, sprayed through wall as information is being gathered from a drone in the process. Still being sprayed through, finds the headshot going to Pixel by a pixel perfect frame, and Bills will guarantee themselves not just 1 but 2 as they find Salt as well through what I believe to be that Logi wall opposite of construction. And In Control Nation, 3 versus 5, 2 minutes left. This is not just demoralizing, but an absolute landslide victory if Verified can just continue this absolute slaughter here in this match point round.
Yeah, that score line is not indicative of just exactly what has happened here in these last couple of rounds. What is Bills doing? Not only winning that gunfight, but getting another kill on top of it? What is going on? That man has absolutely no justification for still being alive. He's on a shred of health. He did give up that positioning, but a 3v5 situation here for In Control, and this is just nasty. JJ here rotating up on the top of the stairs, looking down, hoping to find something. Bills is fat and happy off the back of those kills, just sitting back and waiting for somebody to walk into the gunfight. BLJ here with the shotgun on this tight angle. You can feel the swing of brew in there, and it will brew. Oh my lord, it doesn't kill him. JJ gets 2 right there and evens this back up. So trying to salvage a disaster here for the In Control squad and put this back into overtime, and they just might be able to do it here.
It's going to be exceedingly close here. Core back there managed to claw their way back into somewhat of a good position, but this Kaid player of crew sitting on this rafter side holding garage knows that one player's on that eastern subroof. Gavin has pretty substantial control of red stairs, and then you've got Cup sitting inside CCTV. They just need to hold in this straight position, play this straight angle, holding that doorway leading construction, and not worry about that eastern subroof player because you've got crossfires. Crew's watching the back of Cup. You've got Cup who's watching the front of Gavin, and Gavin just needs to watch their own rear. This Verified side has what it takes to completely deny this, but Sherb's plant may catch them off guard, but not just yet. Cup finding 2, and Gavin finds one of their own and verified in the eyes of this scoreboard, and verified in my eyes. I have not yet seen them play. They are absolute spectacular on this defensive side. What happened to In Control? A lack of control, to say the least. Cornerback, what a great game.
Oh my lord, I am stunned. That was just bad up and down for In Control Nation. But I mean, you said it, a beautiful game there coming out on the side of their opponents. Just verified. Did really well, like really well. They held that defense exactly as they were supposed to. Those defensive rounds from them were nothing short of spectacular. And I mean, we talked a little bit there about the attacker defender advantage. They didn't do so well on the attack, but compared to their opponents, Verified looked really good. So a team perhaps to watch out for here, toppling In Control Nation in a match that I genuinely did not think was going to go that way. And if you're on the side of In Control, well, there is some VOD reviewing to be done right there. I will be honest.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, that's going to be a loss on their book for this qualifier stage. Obviously, there were some teams that I thought would be pretty high in contention and have been getting a little bit slapped, to say the least. So they're still sitting pretty, 1 win, 1 loss, and you're obviously going to see Verified go up on 2. They're going to join up with, I believe, with that 2-win gang onto Syntax and Depth. They'll be joining that 3 of the top teams, Depth, Syntax, and of course Verified. And we're going to have to see how they pan out here for round 3 now, as we'll get to decide what game will go next. We'll see you guys real soon. It's going to start quick. This was the last game. They took their sweet time with it, but we'll catch you guys in just a few moments.
Sagare gapagare gapada pagare ga sare
at the bottom of the ocean. Don't know if I'll make it back home.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to some more R6 action here at the Unified PO Premier League, UPL, whatever you want to call it. I mean, we've gone through about a billion of those. But my name's Infernosis, joined here by Corback. We've got ourselves an exceptional matchup here today. We've already seen both of these teams once. Depth versus Verified. We saw them 7-0 earlier, Depth, that is, against Daycare, and then we just saw a pretty narrow margin victory, but a great resurgence from Verified to return against In Control Nation. But I mean, this is still anyone's game. We talked a little bit during the break, and I think most of us here in the booth here agreed that Depth is the team more likely to take this, but we've already seen Verified make the resurgence once. Who says they can't do it twice?
Well, the thing is that we have to cut that down a little bit, right? Because how did Verified make that resurgence? Was that Verified coming out of their cage and just swinging away? Or was it really that the match we just watched In Control kind of just did not do well, right? They just got a little boomed and it just carried on. And I think it's more of the latter than the former. But that being said, you don't know, right? You don't know. It might be a surprise here. I'm in agreement with you. I think Depth is going to come out here and, toss them around a little bit, but you just never know. It could change in their favor. It could change indeed, but Depth has been really strong. They have won both of their matches. I don't think they've looked particularly bothered in either of them. I mean, Verified has done well too, so maybe this is time for them to throw up a speed bump, but if you're losing out on your defense, 5-0 to In Control Nation, I don't think you're going to have a very good time against Depth, but we will see. We have our map bands here that we can look at so we can get an idea of where they will be playing and who will have maybe that advantage of starting out on defense.
Obviously, first ban now going to Depth. They're going to have their choice of the litter. They can ban anyone they want. I beg that it is Cafe, just to go ahead and get it out of the way, but it'll be Oregon. Borgen out for the count. If you're a man named Chief Cass and about 65 years old, you'll think that's a good one. Verify takes out Villa, not going to see Depth return on that one and take another 7-0 victory. They're opting to not see that one come to fruition. Third ban to come through. Depth looking to remove their second choice, and it's going to be Coastline. So we could see the CCCs come through, the Chalet, Coastline, Consulate, Clubhouse, and there's Consulate. So we're continuing that. Verified goes for it. Corback, what do you think is going to happen in these last few bans?
No, Clubhouse will go now as well. Today's episode will not be brought to you by the letter C. Would not surprise me at all if that was the Chalet band that came out next year from Verified. And it will be a Chalet band. So, oh no, it's Cafe. I'm sorry, Infernosis. I know that is going to make you a little unhappy. Oh God, he's gone silent. He can't handle it. I can understand. It's a bit rough indeed. It will be a Cafe meetup here. Look at him. Look at the upset. Oh, I can feel it in my soul. Ladies and gentlemen, please donate your money to the Infernosis Relief Fund right now.
Pray for me.
Yeah, pray for it.
Pray for me and the observers, all right? Because I've been told multiple times that Cafe is one of the most annoying maps on the planet to observe. It's that outside balcony, I believe, on the west side. I mean, camera doesn't really go in that direction. I've got Tango, our observer here, saying facts, big facts, uber facts. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, it's not a very fun map in my opinion. We'll have to see how Depth and Verified can spice it up, because it can be spicy. I've seen some collegiate teams really spice it up and actually make it somewhat interesting. So I guess the question is, can these T3, T4 teams show not like a normal T3, T4 setup and try to, I guess, throw some Spice King Salt Bay kind of sauce on this matchup?
Well, I was going to say we'll probably just see the standard floor by floor clear, right? You stop at the top, you break open your hatches, you work your way down. So is it ever written? But in actuality, Depth on Villa showed us the capacity to play some weird stuff and some weird setups. So it would not surprise me actually to see Depth kind of go a bit wild here. And we know that they're feeling themselves. Like, I think it's a reasonable inference based on them getting a 7-0 and then doing quite well in the next match that they're probably feeling themselves to a certain extent. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw maybe some weird things coming out here on Cafe, things that we would not normally see on the side of the defense or the attack. That being said, I mean, you cannot get around the kind of inevitable set in stone gameplay loop of this Cafe map, which is, as I described it before, a box with 3 floors, right? You've got to take the floors, you've got to push down, you've got to play the verticality, whether you like it or not. Oh no, thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers for Infernosis.
Oh, let's go to
But
the rooftop. Oh, let's go down
yeah.
and let's go down again. Let's go down again. Oh, it's just such. Oh my goodness, cafe is just.
Sometimes they stop at that first roof. Sometimes
And
you can't go any
they
farther.
took theme park out of the pool. All right, and they left cafe and put theme park out of the pool.
Shots
Okay,
fired.
all right. Listen, I know theme park's the same thing. It's just going from the east side to take balcony and take cast room, but at least it's better than cafe, right? At least it's actually okay to observe. All right, listen, I'm throwing hands here, Ubisoft. I'm looking your way. All right, bring back theme park, get rid of cafe, just delete it. It's like Tower, just delete it.
I don't think Cafe Deleted was part of the Ubisoft forward that they did today, but I don't know. I didn't watch, so it could have
Listen,
been
all I
added
know
there.
is that Ubisoft, the new R6, like what is it, Extinction game mode, whatever it is.
Yeah, something like
It
that.
doesn't
Aren't they
have
releasing, like,
doesn't
a
have
game?
Tower and it doesn't have cafe in it. So already it's
Well, there you
gonna
go.
be a better game.
Thatcher, you're getting banned out right away. It's a bit. You don't actually need to ban Thatcher on Cafe. I wouldn't say he's a mandatory ban like he is on some other maps, but having him off the board does mean that you don't have to worry about him. So I guess I can see that just from a mental comfort perspective. Over to our second attacker ban, it will be Jackal, who goes out here. Yeah, that is interesting. I don't know if they absolutely need to ban Jackal here. Infernosis, he's annoying, but he doesn't get that much play.
I feel like a Nomad is a stronger ban when it comes to
Yeah,
a map
I would
like
agree.
this. But honestly, I think that most people have kind of realized that Gridlock is just better on this map than Nomad. The track stingers cover a much larger space. They cover the entirety of the staircases, right? I think track stingers and just Gridlock as a whole, Thicky Vicky, can really just take full control of this map, and Nomad should be played anyways, but Jackal is a great way to play in a lot of maps for clearing roamers and catching them off guard and not allowing anyone to escape from that off-site roam position that we've seen. And I think verified banning, that's interesting because we know that depth is really good. We mentioned it on map 1. We know they're really good at running forward, roaming, and then getting back to site without losing any players. And verified being the team to ban out Jack when they could be using it against them. Not a great target ban if that was what you were going for. But the last two to come through, Mira and Valkyrie, nothing too shocking. Remove the intel and remove the sight of those black mirrors. And pretty standard ban except for that Jackal, which just doesn't make sense if I am verified.
You bring up a really good point there, kind of from a strategic perspective. Verified is attacking first. They are theoretically handicapping themselves just a little bit by taking that Jackal out of the pool. And like you said, it's no kind of big secret that this depth roster, which was once Aerial Rise, were known for kind of liking to roam. They'll wind around maps and cause problems in different places. So you are cutting yourself a little bit off at the knees. Now we go over onto a kitchen service start here. And an interesting choice. Bills will be bringing out the Maverick here. We don't always see a Maverick on this particular site, but it's theoretically not the worst decision in the world. Dami here probably going to have to be doing the hard breach kind of denial duties on the side of the defenders with that mute. You see kind of the rarely played Echo making an appearance here as well. I mean, at one point in time, he was almost a must pick, but after his nerfs, he's kind of gone a little bit quiet. Those yokais are no longer as invisible as they used to be, so lost him a bit of an edge there. And Nomad making an appearance here as well, so not Thicky Vicky Gridlock, as you said, which has always been a shame because I do actually really like Gridlock as an operator. I think she's great.
Yeah, I absolutely love Gridlock, especially when it comes to Cafe. It's one of the only redeeming graces, I think, of Cafe, and unfortunately, I can kind of get behind what Dev is bringing to the table. Unfair bringing the Echo at that Yokai. It really just works for this kitchen site, which may be why they're opting to go towards it first. It works. It's actually pretty exceptional in terms of defending, because you can put that Echo literally anywhere else. You can have Unfair sit behind where they are exactly right now, sitting inside B site, and then actually holding behind one of the short service counters and laying down. And they can just have a shield up, play safe, and live their life over there and just wait for them to go for the plant and just deny it and do time with that Yokai. But it's just not viable in any of the other objectives, in my opinion. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Unfair sticks to that, or if they're going to just play their own game. But the first pick goes in favor of this verified squad. Crew takes the head off of Og and now set up for a 4v5 depth with that one-man disadvantage. They've lost that roaming player of a Rooney on Og and kind of have to, deal with their just desserts, and they're getting just that. Dami out for the count 2. Gavin finds the kill. A 3v5 and a minute and 45 seconds still remain in this round.
well, kind of some brutal aggression here coming off of the side of Verified, and I think they might have just back-footed this depth roster just a little bit here. We'll see, how they adapt to this. Rice has actually gone higher in terms of the roam, gone all the way up to the top floor, but second floor control looks like it's pretty firmly in the hands of Verified right now. They are going to have to watch out, though, for this Malusi wandering back down towards them, and you see those shots kind of going in blindly, maybe just trying to check for that. But now these holes will start opening up in the ceiling of Kitchen, and this is where problems start to develop for the defenders. You don't necessarily have to get kills off the top of those holes. You just have to make positions distinctly uncomfortable, which is what they're trying to do here for some of these defensive operators. Great pick coming in, though. There's Rice from the top floor, and that's exactly what I was talking about, Infernosis. You just can't leave them up there. They are there and a threat.
Yeah, Rice's position not only was able to deny anyone from picking up Diffuser on that outside balcony, not sure they actually knew that it was there, but it also allowed for the safety net for Breeze, who was sitting on a drone and actually taking full control of those Mozzie pests and actually using that drone utility on their own side. And it's safety. Rice has garnered some safety and now has to try and face off against 3 up on top floor. Does find Bills, immediately refragged back because the Sauce is there instead, and now it's a 2v3 with depth with that one-man disadvantage. Unfair is in a firefight, seemingly losing that engagement, but it'll be Breeze who loses their life first over the top of Unfair. Crew collects the kill, and now a 1v3. 8 seconds remaining. They're looking to step forward to maybe get these kills. Not a Gemini Jones in place. They're looking to maybe deny this plant as it does go down from Cup, but Unfair was just sitting inside a bakery, and Sauce is there to get the kill. Verified will, against all odds, win round 1 in a pretty handy fashion.
Yeah, they were a bit lucky to get that off without losing more to Rice, I think. It was a little bit of an intel slip-up, I think, right there, that they did not know that Rice had kind of jumped through the net basically and ended up behind them, and you saw them having to waste time going up there on the top floor, and just a little bit rough there from them, but that's okay. I mean, they still won the round and they've learned a valuable lesson here. Now going up to third floor cocktail bar, unfortunately Lord Tashanka will not make an appearance. Og there switching over to Rooney instead. Goyo coming out here as well, just to add those Volcan shields to the defensive setup. Bill still coming out here on a Maverick, though, which is a bit of an interesting choice because he's not, I would say, an operator that you traditionally bring to this third floor. You can use him to help push maybe in through piano and open up the wall into freezer or what have you, but you usually want somebody a little bit different for that, and I think that, ranged hard breachers are still available if they wanted to use them. There's certainly no hard breach now being played here on the side of depth either.
Yeah, I honestly think we've just seen a lack of hard breach from Verified. They're really only relying on Maverick. In a lot of plays, you'll actually see Zero get played in because they have a hard breach pocket utility, right? They have that in their pocket that they can use and kind of act as a secondary hard breacher as well as gathering intel and utility usage. But we're not seeing that. They're really saying Bills is our go-to man. They're absolutely everything, and I think that's pretty interesting to see, and Depth were still unable to stop it because of that. It's just that third to second floor clear, and Depth got caught off guard. They weren't winning those early gunfights, and they weren't being able to escape like we had praised them for doing so previously. And Verified, despite banning Jackal, didn't need the Footstrap Inox tracker to actually find off those roaming players. The only one they were necessarily fared of was Rice, who found 2, but Rice is the only person who found a single kill for that Depth squad in that first round. So in all honesty, if I'm Verified, yes, I'm scared of Rice, but that's about it. No one else really showed up for Depth in that first round. Utility was used, but in all honesty, it wasn't really that effective against them. Verified brought forth a strategy that was at least different enough that Depth didn't have what it took to counteract it and face off against it.
Bit of interesting site prep we saw right there was Og punching those holes in the floor leading into piano. Indicates maybe a little bit of play down on the second floor, trying to go upwards kind of vertically and see if you can contest into piano from a different angle. Other than that, this is looking like a pretty standard defensive setup, and it's pretty standard attack as well. You see those windows getting shot out there. And Depth, I mean, they have to be a little frustrated about how that last round goes, but it's early days yet. There's still plenty of room for them to pull this back around. They've got 2 C4s in the pocket here on this defense, one coming out from Rice and one coming out from Unfair. They're pushing that pixel angle, but I don't think they've left much of a hold really on it. They're not too worried about it. Instead, it'll be Unfair who strikes first on the straight up run out. Unfair has to dash back inside. A little bit of help there from Rice to successfully get them in through the door. I think the Malusi might have got a little bit worried out there for a second when they hit that barricade.
A little bit of worry, but I don't think too much to deal with. Finding an opening pick maybe adds a little bit of stress now into Verified Soldiers. They've lost that Iana, they've lost those nades, and that means that they've also lost, which was 2 nades, just FYI, and they didn't get to use any of them. Actually, maybe it was just 1. I may be incorrect, but I don't think I am. They brought 6 to the table, so it's not like it was necessarily the worst thing in the world, but they have expended quite a few. Unfairs on a tear, though. Does find a Nitro kill into Crew. Dolly finds an SMG-11 kill back into Bills, but Breeze has been downed. This hold towards the Cigar Lounge. Dommy's attempting to hold this with the SMG-11, maybe looking for an opportunity to step over and assist Breeze, who has been down, but a nice nade toss will actually find the kill, and Gavin collects it in the end, spraying towards the player behind that short little shield. But Gavin and Cup trapped now in this cigar shop section, not sure exactly where they can head to. They've got to get Diffuser, and they've got to get the plant down with only 50 seconds left on the clock.
I'm pretty sure Cup just fell through the floor right there and ran up the stairs, tried to act like it never happened, which was a bit funny. Yeah, no one saw it. It was very cartoonish, but that's okay. Cup here just walks into a cloud of smoke gas right there and backs up. The shot's coming in on this angle, but Dommy's more than happy to play this. It's a bit of an interesting setup because they do have that Aruni gate in front of him, which is preventing him from kind of smoking indirectly, but he can hold this angle leading into bathroom. He's going to swing with a shotgun. Beautiful kill onto Gavin. And it's Unfair swinging on the other side who gets Cup. So a great defense there from Death, basically pitting their opponents in that piano area and just cutting them to pieces one by one.
And that's exactly what you got to do. You got to be methodical about it. If you need to run out and get a pick early on to put Verified into an early grave, then absolutely do so. It happened to work out for them. Not only did Unfair find that opening pick, but also managed to get a Nitro Cell kill right after and finish off the round. So Depth were actually able to show real depth in their roster in terms of that scoreboard. It wasn't just Rice finding the only kills. Their entire team was substantially correct in their way of punishing Verified. And that's exactly what we were expected to see from Depth, and what I'm a little worried about we're going to see once again on this first floor kitchen service and kitchen cooking objective. Will they fail to replicate the same level of success, or will they just replicate round 1 and have Verified walk all over them? I think they have a little bit of a change in strategy. It seems to be the same operator lineup, but I do know that they're at least thinking of different. Wait, was Breeze on Mozzie last time? I don't think he was, right? It was Breeze on Mozzie last time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so they're switching it up just slightly. So that's, you know, they know that we don't like seeing complacency, you know, so they've changed things up. It's the exact same operators, but they've changed things up here.
Yeah, they have, and actually a change coming in on the side of Verified as well, because Bills is coming out on the Hibana here, so the Queen of Top Hatches herself making a bit of an appearance. Now, where this all went south last time is it was a very aggressive push that came out of Verified, and it genuinely caught some of these roamers looking, so hopefully they're a little bit more prepared for that level of aggression this time. Look at Unfair, he's trying to get a peek here. This is actually a really bold play from an Echo, just because if he does go down, those Yokais are essentially useless for the rest of the round, but that's okay. He'll start to back up a little bit here. He'll play around Whiskey, but still a very aggressive positioning coming out there from one of the kind of premier anchors in the game. Cup on the top floor now, and they're not coming in on the second floor this time, Infernosis. They're going to do kind of a more traditional floor-by-floor clear, and he's got the option to retreat if he wants to. He's just going to hold up here in Cocktail and see if maybe he can get an initial pick before falling back. Ooh, that's a good drone.
You've got to be able to find satisfactory information, and they've done just that.
Jesus.
Oh, and it's nasty on top of it. Crew, with the information assistance from Cup, finds the kill, and Rice is going to need rice for rice. Isn't that the term when you get a little bit too wet and you got to like put your phone in a bag of rice, right? Yeah, Rice is going to need a giant tub of rice to be able to go and lay in because he's covered in blood, absolutely decimated. And the Gemini drones do come out. August forced to step out of C2, now dropping down into reading room through that laundry hatch, going all the way down, probably back to the first floor. And it's going to begin that anchoring stage once again, but Verified have managed to take substantial control of the third floor. They just got to clear off for maybe 30 seconds the second floor, maybe 45 if they want to completely clear out the utility in the basement by taking control of Train Museum and mining. But beyond that, it looks like Verified have put themselves in a position to try and win this round a little bit easier than they had the round prior. Despite only getting 1 kill off the start, it was a substantial one because Rice, the standout player in round 1, is dead here in round 3.
Well, looks like they're going to try and re-engage here, but Crew's waiting for him, just gets the pick. The roamers here from depth having no success at all trying to play these upper floors, just getting absolutely bodied. You see he's doing this trick where he'll go all the way out to the top deck, which is something that we saw Rice pulling last time. He'll try and work his way down from there, but meanwhile, back in the train room, the site's just getting opened up, and that's going to give the opportunity to drop a couple of frags in. There's managing to find a kill from that upper floor. This is exactly what I was saying. He's still a threat up here, but now Unfair is down and they're split. Domi has to hold the site alone with an SMG-11, and he's got to somehow reconnect with his teammate here and hopefully get some kills on the way down. He finds Crew, but he still has a lot of work to do right here. He's playing up on the doorway to mining, just looking to see if he can find anyone, but no targets forthcoming. Domi, however, manages to get one as well, so a 2v2 situation. And he swings and he gets him.
This has been nasty, Corback. I have not seen this depth roster somehow pull this round out of their rear in a long time. I mean, there's no way to even make it back in time. It's over.
Good Lord.
Good Lord, there's no better way to put it. Depth managed to just play a battle of attrition and managing to win it out. Rice may have been dead, but you still got your Mozzie player to sit up top and do the exact same kills, but with even more success than round 1. I mean, we saw the first kill with that nade over the top of that doorway inside kitchen cooking. I mean, we saw that nade kill while cooking the nade twice now. One in round 1, then in round 3. Except it wasn't Rice this time around, and it was a better player, argumentatively, by the fact that they saved that round. And the fact is, Depth had no right to win it.
No, they didn't. That was ridiculous. That was borderline mystical, and the ability to pull that one off. That was like they went through the revolving door behind you and came out in front of you. That was nuts. So again, though, the problem was that they let somebody slip through the net, and this is exactly what happened last time. It's just that there was more play off of it, right? But you cannot let this one random roamer on a team with such gun skill get into a position where they can heavily punish you in the later stages of the round. And I mean, genuinely, okay, they could have won any of those gunfights, but the threat was still there and it was not accounted for. So I don't know who is kind of supposed to be responsible on this Verified roster for locking down that kind of one random escapee, but they really need to do a better job of it because that has bit them twice now, and I think it's going to continue to be a bit of a problem here as these rounds progress. I mean, you have Cup on Nomad for a reason, but we've not really seen those air jabs be very effective.
I mean, we've heard them, we've seen the fact that Depth is wary of them, but 2 wallbangs from Verified, from Crew specifically, 2 wallbangs from Crew specifically, one as they had caught them off in Cigar Lounge, and the other one shooting towards that staircase, that pocket stair. I mean, they haven't needed to use the air jabs. And when they have used them, they haven't found any impact because they're not placing them in the right spot. Yes, you need those air jabs. More importantly, you need that air jab apparently towards that staircase so that they can't just rotate back around towards Cigar steps, because we've seen Rice do it once and we've seen Og do it as well. You've got to place those air jabs in the right spot.
Yep.
This is where I think the track stingers are more important because you can cover a much wider space, and you can also get the audio cue and damage off of it as well. While they aren't debilitated and knocked onto the ground, you can still know exactly where they are and use those wallbangs like you have been and find that same level of impact. But already Bills stepping into this fireplace objective, finds the kill in a breeze as they were stepping towards that staircase, swings and finds a second as well. Og may have found Sauce, but it doesn't seem to matter because Screw takes that Og in the process. Nitro detonated as Rice finds the kill, but Gavin takes Dummy. Rice finds a second now using the gun in hand onto Gavin. Now it's a 1v2. Rice is the last man standing, facing off against Crew and Cup. Cup may have 0 kills, but Crew has 5, and they'll find it in the end. A Verified will take round 4 in a pretty substantial fashion.
Well, that went quick. That was just over and done with really fast. It was a very aggressive push coming out of Verified, and I genuinely think that caught Depth off guard. You don't often see teams kind of taking such an aggressive positioning from that approach of this cafe map. Oftentimes you see teams rushing in the door from the balcony, right? You head straight into the reading room or whatever, and you try and fight it out right there. You don't often see an Ash just kind of posting up on the bomb site itself and getting some kills, and Bills has done a good job in both the matches that we've seen him of getting kills in places where he didn't really deserve to get kills. That was a lucky break for him and some good gunplay as well to wrap that one up. And then just good job there from the Verified side to close down on it. So Depth, they're getting they're catching some slaps, they're catching some hits here so far. I don't know that they're really in the situation where they need to be too worried yet, but they should certainly be taking note of the fact that Verified has been able to pull these 2 rounds over them. As we go back up here to the 3rd floor, the same defensive setup coming out. You've got those Volcons there in the freezer to give you a little bit of shielding and face out. You'll throw the smoke shield up on the Pixel, or presumably Breeze will probably be playing on that Jaeger since it is a traditional spot right there for him to hold. And on the side of the attackers, no real big innovation over there either. Bills coming in on the Ash, Cup still on that Nomad. They did not need to worry about air jobs last round from the aggression, but we'll see maybe if Cup repositions them a little bit here. And once more, that interesting little bit of floor prep right there too.
You gotta be a little bit strategic about not just how you set up defensively, but how you want to push yourself forward on the defense. We know Depth's an aggressive defensive squad. We know they like to play a bit of a TDM-centric style roam. We know they're good at escaping after getting those frags, but right now they're just kind of struggling to get those frags because Verified is just catching them off guard. And I think that Verified's use of information or gathering of information and intel is what's really determining the fact that Depth can't find round victories as much as they want to. Verified with that information, finding an early kill into Rice the round prior, and then obviously turning it back, or 2 rounds prior, I guess you say, and obviously turning it back and getting 2 wall breaks by the hands of Crew makes it a little bit difficult. But making it even more difficult now, Bills finds the kill onto Unfair. You've lost that Malusi. The Banshees may have been placed, but still losing out on such a phenomenal gun and player to hold in the process is not somewhere you want to sit. Rice now having to rotate back through VIP, sitting now inside, just holding pretty in his, standardized location of a very kitchen-style hold, but it's not even kitchen. He's just been forced to sit over there. Sauce is nearby. Has the Gemini drone to use if they so want to. It's cooldown coming up quite quickly, but Rice is just waiting it out, buying their time, and hoping that Verified will make a mistake and he can capitalize off of it.
Well, the problem here is that Rice is just effectively kind of trapped down here right now. The swing coming out there will get one. Rice goes down. Breeze goes down here as well. Crew has been absolutely tearing this Depth team apart on the attack, getting 7 kills so far in the round. And now maybe if you're on the Depth side, you start to worry just a little bit. Shots coming down there through the floor from Og, looking for an opportunistic pick, but it won't materialize. Domi here playing in his smoke cloud, trying to deny this window onto White Stairs and prevent anybody from playing off of it too hard. Meanwhile, Gav trying to snipe in from the cocktail window. It will not work out for him. He's countered out by Domi. Domi actually dropping down with the shotgun, basically just firing away, trying to sneak up behind him on the staircase. One good kill there, and for Domi, he's got 4 more to go, though. Make it 3. He'll drop back down all the way, and he's getting cut off on the other side, but Bills won't be able to bring him down, and now they're just stuck looking around this corner. The diffuser is in the hands of Crew, who could go ahead and plant at any time, and he will do so.
Yeah, weird position to be in. It'll be a post-plant scenario. Domi's going to have to make the rotation, looking for maybe an opportunity for a shot through the footholds, but is going to be taken out as Bills is just laying prone inside of Laundry and taking out the Laundry in the process, the dirty Laundry, so to say. It's going to be Verified once again, taking that lead round-wise, and we are nearing this into this second half. Round 6 in the books here now. Depth, they need to win this round if they want to take it 3-3 at the half. I don't think any of us anticipated just how well Verified would be playing, because it almost felt like Verified's last game was almost a fluke, just because we saw a team that should have been able to put up a better showing in Control Nation just flubbed their second half, and Verified was taking advantage of it. But no, this hasn't been Depth flubbing. This has been Verified just going out and finding the kills. Corbeck, I am genuinely shocked with what Verified's bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think we're both pretty surprised right here because I was thinking that Depth would kind of come out here and mop the floor with Verified. They've just been so strong, but Verified has done a really good job on these attacks. They keep getting opening kills, which is a huge factor, right? Bills has been able to find the opening kill in both of the last 2 rounds. And I think part of that is what you mentioned earlier. It's the information. We've seen them use a couple of really good drones. They made good use of the Gemini, and they've kind of forced some of these roamers from Depth into really unpleasant positions. A really good example on that last round was, I believe it was Breeze, who was just stuck down there in Christmas with no real location where he could go. He got droned out. He got droned out by a Gemini, and it was just a matter of holding him in place and bringing him down. And that's some good roam clear right there. So this Verified roster is showing some teeth right here as Breeze just takes a quick look outside, but he won't find anything. Playing Vigil here as well, so specifically bringing in an anti-intel op to try and capitalize on it. They will also have a Mute and a Mozzie in the contention, so basically every anti-drone operator you can have on the field being present right now in their lineup.
Yeah, they're trying their hardest to deny information from Verified because that's really what's been catching them off guard. These drones that they have in pocket, Verified's done a great job of keeping their drone economy up. Just lost one from a shot elsewhere and are still just tossing out even more. They have so much they're ready to use on top of the Gemini drone from Sauce that they have to make use of it if they want to have a good chance, and they've been doing just that. And Depth have been none the wiser up to this point. Now they're having to use absolutely everything. They're even praying that the Surya gates from AUG will be forcing Verified to have to maybe toss a drone into it. Any way to get rid of a drone, they're basically praying for that. Hopefully Breeze can get the roam going, denying that information. Maybe that'll make it so that they don't get wall banged, but honestly, Breeze hasn't had a single kill so far, and I don't think it's because information has worked against them. I just think it's because Verified has just been outgunning him around every single turn. Unfair taking a lick of damage in the process. Round 6 underway. 1 minute and 40 seconds now on the clock. Unfair officially being downed by Bills. They're looking to maybe contest, but it's not going to matter because Dami and Og are there instead, taking out Gavin and Bills. Unfair still down, but can be revived. Og finds Sauce. Crew stepping up, looking towards Laundry. Not too sure of one player as they step out through Fireplace, but it doesn't seem to matter. Breeze finds Cup. It's just one player remaining, trying to spray through wall, tags Breeze, but Crew is forced to drop now down to the basement, sitting inside Freezer, trapped as these surrogates surround them, and it does not seem to matter. Rice cleans it up, in Depth in a flawless rout will take round 6.
Well, it was exactly what we needed to see from the Depth side right there. They came out, they made a statement they will not kind of be messed around with, and the split here is probably not what they wanted. You know, a 3-3 is not ideal, but got to be better than the alternative that they were looking down. And a flawless round was a good way to do it, and I loved that round from Depth. They did a really good job of basically kind of rapid response force reacting to the situations that were developing, which is something that they struggled a little bit with on the previous rounds, because a lot of the times we saw their roamers sort of dying in, you know, alone, right? They would be caught in a corridor, they'd be killed, or they'd just be rushed down and killed, and there was no one there to trade. But they did a good job of trading right there and really made him pay for it off the back of Unfair getting down. So I was happy to see that. Now we get to see what they bring here on the side of the attack. The defenders are running pretty standard stuff across the board, nothing huge coming out there strategically from Verified, and genuinely the same could be said at the Depth side as well. No operators that are really going to blow your mind, but it'll be interesting to see how Depth attacks this on the back of these pretty strong attacking rounds that Verified showed us.
Unfortunately, with the way that we saw Depth on the defense, obviously we saw a flawless round, but the other rounds kind of left more to be wanted. Verified just outplayed them in a lot of regards, and it's super even, so it's really hard to kind of give a fighting chance. We haven't seen Depth today on the attack, right? So maybe the fact of the matter is that Depth, or this old Aerial Rise roster, can struggle on the attack, and that's typically how Rainbow Six Siege works. Typically it's a defender-sided game because of their ability to anchor up, turtle up, and use that massive amount of advantage utility that they have on the table. But I've seen some teams here on Cafe that literally just single-handedly sweep their attacking side after losing every single defensive side. I don't know why or who or what, but I mean, that is legitimately a thing that can happen. But take a look here. Bill's watching that hatch, checking out towards new hatch, looking to drop. Maybe it would have been a wiser decision to go back there instead, trying to shoot out that breaching charge as well. I've seen teams use a yokai drone inside of that skylight to catch information and maybe get a nitrocell off, but I've never seen one player just sit under it and pray.
Yeah, that was a bit bold, a bit brave there from Bills, but it's okay. I mean, he's been doing well on entry or, initial kills, let's call them entry frags, what have you. So I'll give him a little bit of leeway right there. Pretty much a standard defensive take, right? They've blown the hatch at the top of red stairs. You're going to have Og playing off that cocktail window by the looks of things, just trying to set up that crossfire in, and it can be very deadly here. Bills is in a bit of a difficult spot right here and does get droned out, so he'll try and play around it, but Og, oh no, he was on the cocktail window. He was down on the piano window, which is another very common angle. And well, we saw that illustrated exactly right there. He's got a big long sightline. Any defender falling back will get caught out. Now Rice is in here as well, going to just destroy that shield with the Gone 6. And this attack is heating up pretty well for depth.
Difficult position to be in, obviously, for Verified as they're a man down, but they do have the advantage of being able to turtle up with only one person being lost. Bills isn't the worst person to lose at this point in time. It's just a matter of how well can Depth take advantage of these hard breaches, and they're doing just that. They're stepping out with these X-Kairos pellets. Sauce could have maybe peeked and shot them out, but I think Depth did a good job of denying any of that, still watching that pixel door, maybe hoping that they would peek their head out and try to go for that defense, but none did happen, and now Depth kind of has to play their own game. They've removed them out of corner pocket, they removed them out of storage, bathroom, whatever you want to call it, whatever the call-outs may be, but they still have to remove 3 players out of this cocktail side, and quite frankly, when you still have 2 players holding freezer, one behind towards cocktail, or near blue stairs, you might say, or one in actually inside, they need to make full use of the nades that they had, but unfortunately, they can't do just that. The last one expended, but so is Sauce. Unfair finds the kill with a nice long shot utility. More of these pellets are going off, sitting still there, waiting for the player to shoot, but they're not doing it just yet. Cup stands up, does find Og, but Unfair gets their double kill now into crew. A 4v2 as Breeze begins to plant down this diffuser, looking for maybe an opportunity, but Rice finds the kill instead. Gavin with an SMG-11 finds Rice on the refrag. Evan with a Toxic Bay finds Breeze. Almost a good chance to play for this. Has to reload, but can't get it done just yet. Looking towards that backside of C2. Post-plant scenario, 30 seconds on the clock. They're trying to fight this one off. It's Gavin versus Unfair and Dummy, and it doesn't look to be that Depth is done just yet, but a triple kill for Gavin. Now needs to find the last. Makes it a 4K to have to get this one. 20 seconds on the clock. Has time to work with. Stands up, trying to get the fight across the upper side, but it's not going to matter. SMG on SMG, and Unfair will win it that time around.
Oh my lord, what an ending to that one. That was something. Great bit of play right there, but Unfair to clutch that one out too. That looked pretty scary there for a second, and all credit to the defender there for holding on so well. Gavin has shown us that talent with the SMG-11 on that smoke before. Really came out swinging right there on that one, and absolutely love to see it. Did a really good job of playing that anchor position, but in the end, just not enough. Good, calm, collected play there from Unfair to win that one out. Now, a bit of an ugly attack. I mean, it started off well. The build was good. They had the setup right. It just got a little nasty when it came down to the execution. They all kind of ended up getting funneled in through a couple of different angles, and if it hadn't been for Unfair kind of slipping around the back of the defense, I think that could have been an absolute disaster. But still, you can't always account for one anchor player just kind of popping off. It's just something that you have to keep in the back of your head. And it was well done by Depth, but I think they want to win these rounds more comfortably than that, more in the flawless version and not a desperate 1v1 with SMG-11s and Cocktail. So we'll see how they go about it. I liked their methodical approach to this attack, though, and I think that bodes well for the future here.
This entire thing has been so back and forth here, Corback. I genuinely am kind of shocked and flustered at the same time. I mean, Depth have had a great showing on the attack so far. Obviously, we've only seen a pretty short showing from them in only one round, but they managed to go in, and it was really just, I don't want to say a fluke, but it did definitely feel that way of Gavin having to find a 4K to try and win it. It did feel that way just because of the way that they were in such a massive lead when it came to the end. Gavin's miracle play attempt was able to make it seem a little less one-sided, but anyone looking from the beginning to the end, Depth, they had that round handily from the start. They found kills, they capitalized, they took massive use, just absolutely found impact with, speaking of impact, they found impact with Hibana, but Unfair will find no impact in this round because Bills actually does get that greedy Nitro Cell play. Not only does that deny nades, but it also denies that utility that was in Unfair's pocket of that sledgehammer, and also that L8 gun in hand. That's a bad kill to have early.
Oh, that's the payment you get for shutting it down at the end right there. That's what they repay you with. A C4 comes flying up and gets the kill. Bill's here trying to play aggressively, but Og sussed that out right away and got that kill. Now firing over towards Pixel. A little bit of a difficult angle there. Has to destroy that Banshee with the lifeline before they can really start to push forward. And this is the same kind of attack angle that they took last time, and they do like this one. And they can really make something work here. You see holding up the Goyo, just kind of waiting out behind that Volcan, the Wamai disc, I believe. It was a magnet that just got thrown by his head. So adding to the projectile denial right there. Good little bit of droning to spot that out. And Crew here now moving up into a different position, just trying to support that Pixel hold.
The bomb diffuser.
Obviously, this Pixel hold is one that's always typically dangerous to hold, but Og does not care. Sauce will be lost in the sauce. And now a 4v3 in play. I was going to say, they have a lot of utility, a lot of flashes they can burn towards those Magnet ADSs to get rid of that Vulcan shield, but they didn't need it. Just find the kill. Go for it. Magnet does get exploded. That concussive blast does manage to tog off Crew, and they're forced to take a step back, which means those X-Kairos pellets in the Hand of Breeze can actually go on that supply wall, that supply reinforced wall, and actually give them a sight line to guarantee a little bit of a safety net stepping in through Cigar. But instead of doing just that, Crew will now rotate back forward. Cigar Lounge has not been gathered full control of depth, have more opted to step in through the cigar shop doorway leading into bar, but Kump is sitting right outside of C2 in that aggressive stance, maybe hoping that that long range hard reach will go through and he can shoot those out instead. But the second those shots get heard by Depth, Depth will just spray through that little bar and try to find the kill.
This was the same position that Cut played last time, and he did get some good shots in here towards Cigar. Crew, though, is the one who strikes first, taking down Rice. Gavin going down here as well, and while this is just filtering in through a defensive position, Cut pops up and gets the kill. Og here, trying to make it work on the Zofia, gets one, and then immediately brought down, and a bit of an ugly execution when everything was said and done, because I think it was two members right there walking straight in through the cigar door, and then the other one just kind of swinging out on the backside. Probably expect a little bit better for Depth just in terms of flexibility.
I'm honestly shocked that that didn't kill immediately. Obviously, they thought it did, right? They stopped shooting. I thought it was a headshot as well, but it obviously was not. So unfortunately, to say the least, but I think at the same time, it's going to be a back and forth battle. And this one's going to be a long one, just like the last one we saw with Verified. Verified is going to have to play so many games today that's been even. We don't know how their first one necessarily went besides the fact it was a win, but by golly, their last two have been, I'll say it, barn burners. I know Chief hates that word, but I mean, who likes Chief? So I can say it as much as I want. It's been an absolute slugfest through and through, and only one game so far has completed to my knowledge. That's Revenge Nation taking the W up against Hydra Core Orange, who are now 0-3, and may face an 0-4 if they're not careful heading into round 4.
Yeah, a brief moment of silence there for all the barns that get destroyed in the name of esports, just burning them constantly. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna keep them all intact, but barn conservation not an issue over here. You're right though. It's been some good matches from Verified, and I love what I'm seeing from them. I mean, I've been happy, seeing some of the stuff that Depths is showing us, but Verified, they're a little bit more of an unknown quantity, and they've done a good job here of kind of coming out and really showing their mettle. I mean, I think all of us collectively agreed that Depths is, the team to beat here in these quals, and even if Verified doesn't pull off the win right here, well, they've taken them toe to toe pretty much this entire time on Cafe, and you can tell just by the way that they're playing. If you compare the first match of the day to this match, this is a much more stressful matchup for Depth. They are much less comfortable here than they were at the beginning, and that is interesting to see, and a credit really to this Verified side that they're able to make it this way.
Yeah, full props to them. I mean, we expected Depth to just come through and just capitalize on any small mistake that Verified did, but it's really just kind of been both sides capitalizing. And unfortunately, one of these sides will have to be a lowercase, right? One of them will have to take that L. And it can be a capital L, it could be a big L if we just see one side come all the way through and just win the next few rounds in a row, but I don't think it's really going to turn out that way. I think both sides have put their money where their mouth is and are continuing to try and work forward towards some rapid success, but the players put most of their money where their mouth is going to be Og and Crew has hit that double digits of 10, and will not be able to go beyond that in this round because Unfair finds the opening pick. You can hear Nitros being tossed, ripped and dipped by Bills. They're low in HP. Every small bit of utility they can expend before dying is a useful margin for them. Information gathered from Rice with that Gemini utility, seeing a player sitting inside reading, now watching the rear as they have only one air jab remaining for Dami and don't want to waste it just yet. Maybe even going for a bit of an aggressive play with it, but one does go off, stepping out from Cigar. Og steps forward and finds Gavin, now with 11 kills to their name. Plant does go down here for Breeze. A minute and 15 seconds left, and it's about to be just a few short left.
Oh, Breeze just slams that plant down, and I can't blame him at all for capitalizing on the situation they have. And now it's going to be a little bit of desperation time here for the defenders. Verified has to try and basically fight back onto their own bomb site. They'll start off in fine fashion by taking down Unfair, but Cup here, this is a scary spot to be in. There's a lot of cover in that train's room. That's a good kill coming in from Sauce right there. What is going on? He downs one. They'll confirm the kill. Sauce trying to play out of it, but it's Dami there helping to shut him down. Sauce just playing out of trains, trying to get to that diffuser. He's run out of time, though. Unless he secures it in the next 2 seconds, it is done, and well, that's it. It's just mostly academic at this point in time. Let's see if he can bring down any kills. He goes ahead and he gets Og, and that's one for the highlight reel. He goes around and gets another one, but he still loses. Oh, the effort there from Sauce, but you just can't beat the diffuser timer.
I haven't seen a sauce that good since I went to this restaurant Kowloon in Massachusetts, where they had this nice glaze on these chicken wings that was like, so scrumptious. Good night. That's even better by all accounts. Sauce may have lost the round, but put some spice on at the end of it, cleaning up for a 4K Verified, saying, okay, well, we're not going to get the round win, but we're still going to dub on you and make you feel like trash at the end of it. That's exactly what it was. Goodness gracious. Depth with a very quick plant, forcing it, despite there being like over a minute left in the round, forcing it to be a 45-second post-plant. And I think that worked out in their favor, because if they had any seconds extra left on top, Sauce, as you just saw, only needed about 8 seconds at the end to go back to the diffuser and defuse. So good on Depth, but Verified cutting it close.
He's got to be pleased with it. I know it's probably a little bit frustrating that he was able to secure those beautiful kind of savior moment, but he's not able to actually complete the savior part. Still some beautiful mechanical play coming out there from the Koyo, and Sauce should be quite happy about that indeed. Still, Depth, though, moving up into this potential match point position. We will continue with this second floor point. The attacking setup very similar to the last time, and we've talked before about how we're not particularly happy with going to the same site again, but I guess this is what they feel they must do, or they might actually be constrained to it. I'm not entirely sure at this point in time in the game, but we'll see what they have here to offer that might be a little bit different. The problem was that plant went down so early, you kind of touched on this, Infernosis, that it totally changed the speed at which Verified had to play. They started off playing a pretty slow game, this extension that they're showing us right now up on the top floor of the building, and then suddenly it became a matter of having to basically reverse roles and attack back onto their site. And frankly, they're lucky it went so well. Even Sauce getting those kills at the end, he got a bit lucky there. So we'll see if they change anything up here to account for that.
You've got to change something. I mean, obviously it doesn't seem to be much, right? Because it was a very close margin. Obviously, you killed every single player on the Depth squad if you are Verified, but you still need to change something. You need to buy about 8 seconds of time. You've got to get that time on your side. If you just kind of play a little bit more aggressively, maybe things would have changed. I don't know. And when you're playing this tertiary objective, it's still anyone's game. It's a difficulty to say the least. And this Verified side are just praying that they can make that small change to catch Depth off guard. A minute has already passed. No kills have dropped. It looks to be Depth just clearing out utility, making sure that the side of Verified have no information, and also making sure they have no chance. Sauce lost early on a 5v4. That's going to be a very difficult position for him. Make it a second as Dami's repelled out. Not even any idea they were there. Dami finds Cup, and it's a 5v3. A minute and a half remaining here. Corbeck, what is happening?
Those are brutal repel kills. Well done to get those. I love to see it. Unfortunately, poor Sauce, he did so well in the last round. He dies early on, but you'll see Rice go down here as well. They're doing a bit better job of sticking to the site this time, but what that means is they've also kind of sacrificed most of their top floor control. At this point in time, your defense is basically going to be entirely reactive if you're on the side of Verified. You basically have to just wait and see what holes are opened up where and who's going to shoot you from what angle and how you can play off of it. There's a good example, though. Crew does manage to get a kill there, rips the C4, chucks it up, and manages to pull one out. Bill's now trying to hold this repel as well. He just wants to see if he can get somebody being a little bit greedy on that backside. I don't know if that's going to happen as Og blows a hole there in the floor, and they just kind of set up for this final execute.
Yeah, Rice did get down in the process. It has dropped to 20 HP. Just used the Gon 6 as well as their Gemini to gather that last bit of information. Will basically be the last use, if not the last use of that, as it will not be given the time to recharge. But a Toxic Babe now dripped out from Gavin. Make it a second. Double layering it, making it so that Depth really and truly cannot step forward, as it really will be that super ultimate battle of attrition as their health goes further and further down below. Rice finds a long shot kill over to Bills as they were stepping in the other direction. Gavin has nades being dropped from above, but narrowly avoiding it in the last moment. Steps forward to try and contest, but does not make it. Breeze gets that plant down. Domi finds Gavin, maybe hoping for the last as well, but Crew finds Rice instead. Trapped now in laundry, floor above, or should I say roof at this point in time, collapsing. They've got a crossfire set up, one outside balcony, still drones coming through, trying to play for their own time. Able to step on Diffuser, baiting it out. They know that it's a bait. They're not even going to contest from the floorboards. Instead, from up above, but it is in fact Domi who dominates that round. Depth will take round 10.
Well, it was a good place. I mean, it was a good plan. They had a really good spot right there. They could cover that from multiple angles. They had the verticality set up already, and then they had the option from the balcony and somebody playing down there around pillars who could swing on it as well. So like you said, they were never going to be caught out by that pump fake on the diffuse. Nobody thinks that you're actually going to go for that right there. You'd have to be absolutely mad. A very solid round from Depth. Verify doing an okay job, but really, and this has actually kind of been a tenor across this entire map, just something that's been happening a lot. The early picks are big determiners here, more so than I think some of the matches we've seen today and in previous competitions. These early picks are real determiners on who's going to win. And I think if one side just takes that, first kill and then kind of manages to snowball that into a second, it's just been really hard for these rosters respectively to kind of claw back when they're placed in these situations. But it is match point here, so a hard fight on their hands have Verified as they'll go up to the third floor to start it, bringing a very similar lineup of operators, so indicating that they're going to play a very similar defense with that pixel hold, with the smoke playing out of the freezer as well to add up. Now, again, you made a really good point, Infernosis, that last time we saw this site, it looked like a closer match than it was, because it was not that close. It was just a bit of a tear by Gavin at the end. Otherwise, would not have been that close of a game. So this is a bit of a bold choice, I think, to be honest.
Bold to say the least. And I think Depth have kind of show me what I love to see. It's one of my favorite plays I've seen, the way that they attack this objective. The way they're able to take control of this cigar lounge is because they are taking such massive advantage of Breeze. Breeze may only have 1 kill and 8 deaths, but I honestly have to say Breeze is one of the most impactful players on this Depth roster right now in this match.
Oh,
that
agreed.
Habana utility usage, those X-Kairos pellets, is the one thing keeping Depth way ahead of Verified in terms of utility usage and, I guess, objective play, right? They're able to step in. They're relying on this one person to be hard breach, and just that one person. And it's just everything's being put on the line for it. This cigar lounge hold, so impactful, so important. That Pixel 90 peak right here that Bills is holding, it's just been so effective for any team to defend with that Depth says, okay, well, we'll just toss every utility we have to get rid of your magnets and ADSs and then nade you out as well. And then there goes your wall, because Breeze is here to make it as quick as possible. And I don't think I've seen a team do it so effectively, or as effectively as Depth has been able to do it in such a long time.
You know, it sounds funny, but I find it so spooky to put a Volcon over on that pixel peak when you have the smoke shield, because that just makes it so much harder for the defender to extricate themselves if the worst does happen. And Og needs to be very careful right here because he is being watched, and if he messes up, that MP5 is going to take his head off. Fortunately, they open up a bit of a different angle there so they can get some shots in. It's a good angle here from Unfair as well, just putting the pressure down. And there's the Volcan, as I talked about. Bills does have to back up, but has to watch the angle behind him as well. He'll fall over to the secondary defensive position that they've set up here in Bathroom and try and play out of that for a second. They are starting to run a little bit low on time. There's the drone coming out from Breeze to just give them an idea of what they can do here. Og now setting up the push. They need to not all filter in through the cocktail door, though, or the cigar door, though. That has been a previous problem that they've had here in Infernosis a couple of times, where they've just kind of run in and got collected in terms of kills.
Yeah, and obviously you can hear those X-Kairos pellets going on from moving out that supply closet wall, and now making it a little bit more difficult for Verified to sit pretty and actually have any substantial defensive presence. They're going to have to make a slight rotation away, relying mostly on Freezer itself. Saws with a nice long shot, almost zero recoil, tagging the head of Unfair. He might view that as a little unfair in the process, but still, a lot of assistance has to come through. Cruz holding the blue stairs, same thing as Bills. Maybe looking for an opportunity to step forward. August already actually in Cigar Balcony. Maybe looking for an opportunity to plant on this B side. Oh, nasty shot through. Finds Cup in the headshot now, holding towards Freezer's side. Breeze is planting down this objective and will, in fact, get it before going down right after. Gavin is able to collect the kill with a shotgun. Donnie finds one. Everything's dropping off here. It's a 1v2 here at the end. Tommy is up top, however, and has the opportunity to defend in a much better position. Cruz hoping to help as well, maybe having Sauce defend it in the process, maybe giving a little bit of assistance. 25 seconds now left on the clock, and Dami just has to play time. It doesn't look to bode well for him. He's got some assistance from Sauce. Dami is looking for maybe some flashes to toss over the top. Doesn't seem to be waiting his time as Crew is counter defusing, but he gets what? In the same spray, and Depth will take it all the way.
What? I need to see this. I can't even.
He sprays and gets them all. Dami is dominating. There is no other way to put it. Sprays down, finds the kill on both. Every bullet straight through each other. Oh my goodness. It's just immaculate gameplay right there. Absolutely great digestion from Depth to take their attacking half. Like I said, they only lost, what, one round on the attack. They were a team that is better on the attack on Cafe than defense.
Can you imagine the decibel level in Dami's room right now? He must have just about exploded through his roof right there. Oh my God, that was crazy.
Don't bring a black light. Don't bring a black light to his room. That's the...
Oh, no.
Don't bring a black light. That's the most important
You said it,
part.
not me, my God. But no, that was crazy there at the end. That's a crazy way to end what was actually a really entertaining match and one of the best ones I think we've seen so far. A real kind of intense matchup between those two teams. And I said it earlier in the round, but all credit to Verified for hanging in there against the squad that, you know, everybody's been talking about beating. Depth is a really good team, clearly showing us how good of a team they are with this new roster. And Verified was able to hang with them almost the entire time, just losing out on those attacking rounds to a very solid Depth side. Even then, though, a lot of those rounds were very close. I mean, let's be honest, that finish right there was something. It was pretty tight, and they tried to play it right, but at the end of the day, sometimes you get the bear and the bear gets you, or the Dami gets you, as the case might be.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a great game. Throughout that, we only had 2 games finished. Revenge Nation taking the W against Hydrocore Orange, and Overture actually managing to take the W above In Control Nation. So looks to be they're losing control. Now 2 rounds on a drought. Maybe this round 4 can maybe be a bit of a comeback for them. But obviously, we only are going to have one undefeated team as far as I'm aware right now, because we had yet to see Syntax go through. Actually, yeah. Well, Depth will take it 3 rounds, 3 maps, 3-0 for themselves and bring that point margin up to, I believe, 9 for them. And we'll have to see how their next game pans out as well. I think we may be able to watch Syntax next, maybe, I think. I'm going to say it now because we have yet to watch them. But I mean, no matter, we'll see them tomorrow. We'll see them at some point here in these qualifiers. So don't worry about it if you're rooting for them or if you want to see them. We will see them either today or tomorrow. But I want to bring a short little subject to point talk about that Depth roster on Cafe. I may hate Cafe, but man, the way that they were digesting that 3rd floor objective made me happy. And that is a very strange thing to see on Cafe for me.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried towards the end of that last round just because it appeared to be going a little slow, right? They were running out of time. But something really interesting that Depth showed us there on multiple sites on Cafe was just taking enough territory where they could get a plant down and then force the kind of shift inside to where the defenders became the attackers and then they're on the defensive end. That was something that they did multiple times. We saw them do it on the second floor and we saw them do it, kind of to perfection right there on that third floor point at the end. And I really like that from a strategic perspective. I think that's a very clever way to approach things. Not a lot of teams will take that risk, and it shows a certain level of kind of boldness from the side of Depth that they're willing to play a strategy like that, reverse those roles, and just try and hold on. You just need a foothold, right? You need enough room to get the lunchbox down and in a safe place. And if you can make that work, you can make the enemy team play to your tune entirely. You completely retain the advantage in the initiative right there. And I love seeing Depth exploit that, especially on that second and third floor attack.
Yeah, well, it was a great game. Love to digest it. We'll talk more about not just that game, but the next game as well here as we are rounding off and going to do our last game of the day here in this open qualifiers. We'll jump to tomorrow. Well, we're not really jumping. We'll have to wait 24 hours. But nonetheless, I'm Infernosa, joined here by Corbeck. We got one more game, so make sure to stay tuned for this round 4 of this UPL open qualifiers.
तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा
Welcome back, everybody. Here's some more UPL action here. The last game of the day for this open qualifiers, and I hope you guys are absolutely excited. We've got me, Infernosis. You thought I was going to talk about the teams. No. We'll talk about the more important things here. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Corback. How you doing?
Good. Looking forward to our last game of the day. Absolute Zero coming out against Hydra Core Gaming. So should be interesting. We haven't seen either of these teams on stream yet. So it'll be a new experience for the both of us, which is lovely and good, especially coming off of that heater we saw in the last match. Maybe slow the tempo down a little bit, or who knows, might even increase it since kind of the mystery box here at the end of the day for UPL. But it should be quite exciting. And we do have our map bans in. So let's go ahead and see where this mystery box match will take place. One mystery we can solve right out the gate is the map.
Yeah, obviously we're going to be seeing Absolute Zero. They're going to take Villa, followed by Hydrocore Chalet. Absolute will then go back and clap with Oregon, then Cafe. Thank you, Hydrocore. You're obviously my new favorite team in this thing, despite you guys losing every game. Consulate banned out now by Absolute Zero. We still have a couple C's left up there. This is the decider. Hydrocore gets to decide what map we go to. Do they play Coastline and go for that absolute frag-centric style map, or are we going back to Clubhouse? And it's going to be Clubhouse. Not a bad decision. TDM-styled map like Coastline can be really hit or miss. Just play something try to chew like Clubhouse and just hope that you can outplay and out-strategize your opponents. So we have to see how Clubhouse fares here, Corback, and I think that it's going to be a pretty interesting one since basically everyone knows everything there is to know about this map.
That is kind of true, isn't it? We talked about this last time when we saw it earlier. It is a map that is well-trod ground for most of these teams. They should have a relatively good idea of how to play it. And I think that's a viable choice for both of these squads because neither of them have had a particularly, I don't think, spectacular day. So this might be a good map for them to come in and maybe just right the ship a little bit. One of them will try and, walk away with the win here, and to be expected. Both these teams are 0-3, so it is sort of a battle of the bottom, but one of them will walk away today with a win going into the second day of the qualifier, so we'll get a chance to see who that will be, and genuinely, I could not tell you because I have nothing to base a decision off of here.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a lot to be worked on and to work forward, and Clubhouse is a map that is categorically similar to a couple others. I mean, not that similar to Villa, but super similar in regards to like Oregon. It's basically tried and true setups. Nothing's really going to change. Once you have your meta strategy of defending, there's only about 2 or 3 variants, and even then those variants aren't really true variants across the board. But we'll have to see how the ban phase comes up. I think we're just about ready to go ahead and send it in. I think Tango's actually gone ahead and sent us in, so we can go ahead and he has sent us in. So they can go ahead and send us all in. We'll talk about the ban phase to come through. I predicted it last time around, and I won't even be given the opportunity. I would have said Habana again, but Maverick's not a bad choice. I'm going to say Valkyrie and Mira once again, just to, be, stingy about it.
Well, this is going to be Kaid coming out this time instead, but that actually kind of makes some sense here, I think, from the perspective of Absolute Zero and what's left on the board, because if you want to ban that Thatcher out, banning the Kaid is a good choice, especially if Maverick is banned, right? It's a lot easier to deal with some of the other hard breach options, assuming you don't have a Maverick, than it is to deal with those Electro Claws, so not surprised to see him go, and well, there's your Mira. She will be taken off the board right there, and again, a very standard and viable pick here on this map. Interesting though, Hydra Core, I mean, they do have the last pick. They are starting on defense. They could have chosen to keep the Mira for their own strategic purposes, but I guess they decided on balance there. It's better not to have to deal with her when the rounds do flip. So maybe not expecting that confident sort of 6-0 walkthrough that we saw from some of our teams earlier today, and taking that into account in those bans.
Obviously, Ash is being allowed in, which is interesting. We didn't see that in game 1, so I mean, it's fun to poke fun at the strange bans that took place there in match 1 with Depth taking full control. Definitely strange, but obviously it worked. Daycare literally got swept in a nice 7-0 quick fashion, but I don't think that's going to be what happens here. Hydrocore, unfortunately, coming into this 0-3, have not had a great time so far, have definitely been feeling that pain, feeling the punishment, and both of these teams are 0-3. So this is a literal toss-up, as it will I guess, ultimately decide which one is the biggest loser. And that's a kind of a sad statement to say, because I had the pleasure of actually casting for the majority of this HydroCore side at LAN against what was the infamous side, which is why I had such high hopes for them, because both teams played exceptionally well, and I had expected a lot from them here, but it just hasn't been that case. Maybe an off day, maybe something going on, maybe they'll play better in the next qualifiers. I mean, time will have to tell, but so far they have kind of gotten the shorter end of the stick.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Corbeck, I think you're muted. Corbeck? Okay, unfortunate. We'll keep talking. That's not a huge deal. Obviously, at this point in time, when there's a 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock and you're playing this basement hold, playing up inside Logi is not a bad decision. You can see Ziv sitting up top, waiting for maybe an opportunity to catch a player off guard if they step in towards Kitchen. But they're going to not only need information beyond that, but they're going to need to actually be able to find and secure the kill as well. Strip Club hold coming from Glitchy, looking maybe for an opportunity to find a player as they're looking on that aggressive roam. It's Flixer who's going for it, but they're still rotating around near toilets. That 1.5 on this Oryx T5 SMG, my favorite operator and gun in the game, but it's not going to be him who finds the first kill. It'll be Ace Hunter who finds Strip instead. So a 5v4, an absolute 0, starting off on stop with an absolute dub.
I was going to comment there before my little technical hiccup how interesting it is to see Oryx in this kind of wider spread roam. He's not the traditional pick here, but you can still use him to pretty great advantage just for his ability to move up and down through the hatches, assuming you've kind of prepped this correctly. Unfortunately, losing Shrimp early on is kind of a hurt, right? Good guns on the Mozzie, and also the damage to the intel there on those drones is just going to sting a little bit, but you can see these positions slowly but surely kind of being vacated by these HydroCore defenders. They will finally fall back here, but Small Guy, he's got control of tunnel now, and I don't think CJ Chrome has realized just how successful the push here from Absolute Zero has been, because really there's not much left to hold on to here, except for Scoob, and he's getting sort of cut off here. A good kill coming in from Flixer, but Scoob will lose that gunfight to Glitchy, and that's just 2 defenders left now on the point.
Yeah, not a great position you want to be in if you are HydroCore. You did manage to damage Ace Hunter and Glitchy down, but not down to the ultimate 0. And in fact, it's going to be a 4v2, and that's 2 men with guns with substantial utility that are left standing. And it's just up to Ziv and Flixer, who have to do basically everything. And while I love that an Oryx is one of the last people standing, and that an Oryx is being played in general, despite Oryx basically never, ever being played in any situation, it isn't going to last that long. CJ drops in through Memo, able to sweep through towards Church Wall, gets the kill. Ziv now in last man standing, and it's not going to be for long either. CJ Chrome is popping off, rushing forward. An absolute 0 starts off with an absolute banger of a round 1. They did not let themselves get down to a bad start. Great start off here, Corbeck, but I mean, we need to see more from HydroCore if we want them to hold here on the defense.
The thing is, right, and you know, even if I'm new here, I still know that a lot of teams do like this quote, like SSG roam, the wide roam, right, on this map, and it's effective as long as you can confidently win your ones, right? That's the thing that you really have to be good at doing, is you have to be able to win your gunfights here. And I can't say really that HydroCore showed us, particularly in that round, the gun skill. And it's a bit of a bold choice to come out onto it when you're going up an unknown quantity, what I assume is an unknown quantity in Absolute Zero, because you're essentially being like, okay, we don't know these guys. We're both 0 and 3. We're just going to assume that we can win our ones and hold these roam positions against whatever aggression they have. And well, that's just not how it worked out. Absolute Zero really getting the frags back and forth there, and basically had HydroCore on the back foot from the start of the round when Shrimp got shot through a wall all the way to the bitter end. You never really felt like HydroCore was able to stabilize. They're going to go now over to this CCTV cash room side. I appreciate them swapping it up a bit here, and this defense is looking pretty solid. They're bringing out the Maestro here. No Jaeger, instead favoring Scoob here on this Wamai instead, so a bit of an interesting choice there. Most often on this side, I feel like we see the Wamai and Jaeger played together. Rarely is the Wamai kind of just taken in isolation.
You can't let yourself get isolated, right? And so you need to actually find impact, not just individually, but with some, I guess, understanding of what's going on around you. So Grumpy on this Maestro doesn't need to just get kills, but needs to actually gather intel and make use of that utility to assist the team as well. It's not a selfish game. You can think of it as that, and you do definitely have players that can pop off and act like it is a selfish game, but in all honesty, it's not. It's a strategic shooter that has a lot of realistic variance beyond it, and you've got to have that tactical ability to play it and act like it really is a team-based shooter like it is supposed to be. But look at this Hydrocore side. They have this off-site roam over towards second floor, towards bathroom and jacuzzi. Wall gets opened up, and Shrimp loses the fight once again to Glitchy, unfortunately so. And now they've got themselves control of at least this western side, jacuzzi side of second floor. But I think this Absolute Zero side still has to worry about a couple long shot angles like that rafter hold of Scoob. Small guy definitely feels small after that headshot kill.
You got to watch out for these Rafter players. We saw it earlier today when we saw this map too. You just can't leave them unmarked because you only have to be, a competent gunner to get some good kills from in there, really. A lot of pressure now being placed on this construction hole. Not a lot of other alternatives being opened up here, and that might just be kind of the nature of the beast here with the Maverick being off the board and what have you. Small guy going down early on might make the construction push a little bit more difficult, but fortunately they do still have island around, so not too bad there. Should be able to get the small wall open if they so choose. Kind of just prepping it right now with grenades, firing in a couple of lifeline charges there, making sure there's no, not sure exactly what they're looking for, a potential trick or something maybe coming out. Smoke backed up in there. Ziv just really pinned behind this bomb site. Going to have a difficult time staying alive here, but I say that and the rotate off is already happening here in Infernosis. They're kind of giving up the ghost, and unfortunately Ziv will go down at the tail end of it.
Yeah, obviously Glitchy getting a double, now triple kill. Oh my goodness, shooting out Grumpy from that red staircase. Unfortunately, now Flixer does manage to find one for Hydrocore, stopping the bleeding just slightly as they put a cap on CJ Chrome. Scoob in a bad position, spraying. Now trapping and reinforced wall leading into garage. Flixer attempts to head up the red stairs, but denied. Scoob now last man standing, attempts for yet another if they're finding Ace, but Glitchy capitalizes and finds themselves a massive, I believe, 4K to their name in that round. And a great start once again to this Absolute Zero team. Seeing how they're playing right now here, Corback, it's honestly a shock to see that they are 0-3.
Ooh, you say that, but I mean, seeing how they play or seeing how Glitchy plays, like
That
if
is
we're being
point.
real. Yeah, I mean that last round, that was just Glitchy making the plays, like getting the feet shot there onto the smoke of Ziv, kind of taking down that Rafters player that was out there, Scoob bringing him down as well. I mean, Glitchy basically, if you take Glitchy out of that round, that might look a little bit different because realistically, Scoob was pretty home free up there on the Rafters. They put a little bit of fire his way, but otherwise he was holding out. I don't disagree with you though. Like Absolute Zero definitely showing us some gunning potential right here, and it's not to say that the entire team is entirely based around Glitchy's play, but that last round at least, Glitchy was really the person to beat right there, the raid boss for lack of a better word. Hydrocore struggling a little bit here. You really don't want to lose too many defensive rounds on a map like Clubhouse. It is one of those maps that is still a little bit flux right between defender and attacker, but every defensive round you lose is kind of losing a round where you at least theoretically advantage. So you hate to see it happen here. Setting up this garage hold again for Scoob, and again, a lot of pressure will be on the shoulders of that Wamai player to continue making plays out of Rafters, right? As much as we saw the impact that was coming out there from Glitchy, Scoob sort of felt like the counter to it in that round just because he had that gun position. He was not really challenged, and I want to see him get more kills from that spot because I think he's perfectly capable of doing it.
I think that capability and actual, how do I phrase this? I don't want to be rude here. People can be
Theoretical
capable
versus
of doing this.
practical?
Yes, practical. That's the thing. You can have the capability to do so, but practicality, it's not really marginalizing yourself in a correct manner. Because I mean, take a look at this. Shrimp's been holding that jacuzzi wall and been taking angles against Glitchy this entire game at the beginning, and should have won those fights. And technically speaking, has the technique and the ability to do so. It's just losing those because Glitchy is a gunner and is not losing any of these engagements. So practicality-wise, it just hasn't worked out for them. Flixer on a run out through lobby main door, Dustby and Ace Hunter, and looks like they will escape with their life as well. So Hydrocore taking an early one-man lead. Shots coming in from that gym window from CJ Chrome will force one of the players of Hydrocore inside master bedroom to maybe take a step back. but Glitchy is on the prowl and looking to hunt once again. 5 kills to their name. Can they make it anymore?
It's going to be a bit of a hard press here for Shrimp, and you'll see him just immediately vacate that master bedroom area and fall back to this cache room. You got to be a little bit careful on this collapse, though, because that cache CCTV room can get pretty tight pretty quickly. It was a really good run-out kill, though, from Flixer, who is still operating underground with a C4, so you will have to worry about him just a little bit as you start to push up here. Just putting this indirect fire down towards the door of cache room, maybe buying a little bit more room for the team to push forward. Shrimp holding a very aggressive angle here into the ash, does have to duck back around the corner, can't quite bring down a shot on CJ Chrome, and will just bury himself, for lack of a better word, for a second. Struggling, I think, to get through this wall here in construction, though. That's kind of what's holding up the tenor of this attack right now, is getting that open.
You have to be very careful about this next push coming in through construction, but they've got the eastern suburb open. Maybe be able to step towards rafters, but it doesn't seem to work. Glitchy does find Flixer, but scooping a refrag back to Small Guy. A 3v4 in play. Hydrocore still holding that man advantage, but taking a lot of shots from down below. And they've got to make that rotation and maybe have a little bit of extra assistance. CJ gets proximity alarmed and Banshee in the process, and Scoop is able to find the kill. A 2v4 as MB Island steps in from construction, getting shot over from upstairs. None connecting just yet, but he will instead with the Hibana type. He finds Ziv in the process, can't find another, taken out, as it'll be Grumpy stepping through that construction hard wall. Glitchy, last man standing in a 1v3. If there's one player we expect from Absolute Zero to be able to handle this, it's just this man himself. Taking a bit of damage, now at about 73, 74 HP. Knows there's one of the opposing side of rafters, and Scuba finds the kill, and Hydrocore find themselves a round 3 victory.
Oh, I love being validated. I love being validated right there. I said Scoob was going to be important because he's just left, pretty much unmarked up there in the rafters, and he demonstrated that full well right there. You saw those shots coming in repeatedly. He got the kills. He basically anchored that defensive setup on the CCTV room and kind of stopped that from spiraling out of control. A really great example of it right there was when CJ Chrome just tried to hard enter into CCTV and push in on the cache. Well, they didn't account for Scoob. Whether or not they dropped it on intel, I don't know exactly how they didn't know he was there, but he just set up that crossfire. He also got a beautiful kill out onto the CCTV balcony, which prevented them from opening up another angle. So really, the fly in the ointment right there was that Wamai posted up in rafters. It's back down to Church Arsenal we go now, and again, they will bring Scoob on the Wamai, forsaking the Church of Jaeger here in favor of those magnets, which is a bit of an interesting choice. But on the side of the attackers, it looks pretty standard, Infernosis. The stuff you would want to see here, you might not necessarily need to bring 2 hard breachers in this situation, but with the way kind of Small Guy plays, with the way H plays with that AK-12, you're really not sacrificing too much in terms of raw power to have another sort of support in the lineup.
You're not lacking in raw power, but with this attacking lineup, you are kind of lacking in terms to large hard breach. One second, I have to sneeze. I'll try to keep talking throughout. Oh no, this
You're
is
good.
bad. No.
I can cover. I can
Hard
cover. It's
breach.
okay, man.
The very large hard breach, you're lacking some large
What a
holes that
champion.
can be made. You've got to use a lot of those X-Kairos pellets. You got to use a lot of Selvas to make substantial holes. You're lacking a Maverick to be able to get those hatches a little bit easier without any chance of impact denial, which Hydrocore isn't really bringing a lot of, just Grumpy having impacts. I guess maybe relying a little bit on Flixers and Shrimps Nitros to maybe assist, but in all honesty, I think that it would be better to have a Thermite or a Maverick instead of this double long-range hard breach, just because it seems more fruitful, at least in my opinion, to have something with a wider explosive range so that they can have a bigger hole to work with, because I don't know if these players necessarily have the, what I would call natural skill besides Glitchy, to take advantage of these super tiny inch-wide holes that the Kairos Pelotons can make, and also the ability to make full use of those Selmas after they receive that 2 nerf instead of having that 3.
Grumpy made a bit of a misplay right there, was unable to get the impact trick off there onto those X-Cairo pellets, so I do believe the kitchen hatch is open. Ace Hunter now, he's just going to slowly but surely kind of work his way around this area, but Shrimp continuing to hold down in blue, I don't think is particularly worried right there. You hear more X-Kairos going off there as Island continues to work this verticality, having the time of their life up there on the top deck, just putting holes in the floor, and sure enough, yeah, the kitchen hatch is open. You'll see Ace just start to make these holes to allow them to add that little bit of pressure going down. And this is essentially what you would expect. Again, you don't necessarily need to get kills through those holes. You just need to open them up to position defenders, something quite like that. Flixer just caught looking there by Glitchy, who just bring kill down quick as you please, and now Glitchy, the gunner, is just kind of ensconced in this position down at the bottom of stairs, but that's not even what causes Grumpy to go down right there. I don't know where those shots came from, and neither does Grumpy by the look of it.
Bad positional awareness right now from HydroCore. They've got Grumpy, who's down. They've got to be able to find maybe a chance to revive him if they can, but in all honesty, it may just be all for naught. Don't worry about the revive, just play for the rest of it, and in fact, it's not going to happen. Ace Hunter finds Grumpy on that cleanup kill. CJ Chrome is able to find Scoob. A spray again, find Shrimp behind Utility, and a third! Oh, the pistol, an absolutely flawless round from Absolute Zero. Zay was the last man standing, but not for long. What is CJ on? Does not want to let it be one man doing everything, and instead says, hey, let's have two. Glitchy and CJ are here to just have everything going for him.
CJ getting away with murder right there, if I'm honest. Slipped in through blue. There was a player in blue. He was holding up. Like, he should have managed to get him down. I don't think they droned out the Goyo that was sitting there. CJ just walked onto site, and the Goyo player, I don't know who it was exactly, tried to double back around and get the kill. And, well, no, you just couldn't bring it down. You'd already kind of flubbed the defense at that point in time, and CJ was more than happy to collect those kills. So a play that he was lucky to get by with, but one that he took full advantage of. You just leave that hole in your defense, and CJ, he just rammed a Mack truck right through it. No hesitation there, and you love to see it, really. Up now to Gym Bedroom we go, and again, the defenders coming out here, they're going to bring Scoob on the Castle. So one of these sites that Castle does get a little bit of play. We will not be seeing the Frost that we saw earlier brought out here. Bit disappointing, but still always happy to see a bit of Castle in action. They are bringing double denial now in terms of projectiles. They've got Flixer bringing up the Jaeger, Grumpy pushing over to that Wamai. So providing that projectile denial there, looking maybe, I think, to catch some of the Ace frag grenades. I'm not sure they desperately need it, but I can see why they would think it would be important for this particular side. Unfortunately, I don't think these castle barricades are going to be a factor for very long. Let's just put it at that.
Yeah, you know what, Cormac, I can't actually deny that in any way whatsoever. You've got breaching rounds, you've got sledgehammer hands of Ace, you've got Kairos pellets, which kind of would be a waste to use so, but I've seen teams do it. You've got, obviously, 9 breaching charges that can be placed on as well. Impact from the lifeline impacts of Glitchy. I mean, it really and truly, those are not going to last long. They're just there to buy a little bit of extra time in hopes that they don't get killed off immediately, but there is obviously one separating this CCTV and cash room side. Now trying to clear out the floor of the roof above those reinforced walls. Maybe get some utility tossed from above. You can get over Ace Hunter to maybe assist with those nades they have in pocket, but it looks to be that HydroCore is giving up on this CCTV side, attempting to rotate away, but Ziv will be caught off guard from Glitchy. Another player steps up, Grumpy caught off guard as well. A 2K, 3K for Glitchy, finding Shrimp as well. They're feeling small, and it's up to Scoob and Flixer as the last two remaining. Absolute Zero with an absolute W. Glitchy is a monster in this one. I don't know where they have come from, but they have stolen my heart.
Good Lord, they need one of those signs like you have at the zoo. Don't feed Glitchy. Like, what are we doing? You know who's out there. You know he's an absolute fragger. Why do you keep peeking it? Just stop peeking it and hide. Poor Scoob, he's all alone here over in the corner, alone and scared with his UMP. That's not a lot of protection, and it won't help him at all because Small Guy just swings the corner and annihilates him. But a huge round for Glitchy. CJ, the other fragger, getting in on the action as well, and that Small Guy just closing it down. God, just don't peek Glitchy when he's standing there waiting for your heads to pop up. My Lord, it was like Aim Hero right there.
Flawless round, and that's not the first we've seen. I mean, in all honesty, we've seen flawless rounds all day, but I think that was probably the best flawless round we've seen because Glitchy just finding kill after kill and just carrying the team on their back. I mean, this is quite literally, you know, have you ever gone backpacking here, Corback? You ever like in Boy Scouts or something like when you were younger?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you got those big hiking backpacks, right, where they wrap around and they have like 3 different braces so that they stay attached on your hips and shoulders and whatnot. Yeah, that is what Glitchy is carrying right now. This isn't a simple like Ticonderoga like school backpack, right? This isn't
No.
your like everyday Levi backpack for some reason, right? No, this is a full-on Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy backpack, and Glitchy wrote the book. Glitchy made the backpack. He is the entire name brand company that stitched that thing together. An absolute showcase for Glitchy right now. And while CJ may have 6 behind, and CJ is a fairly well-known name in terms of collegiate scene, I believe MTU. I think that's what I was told by Tanger. I recognized him. This Absolute Zero team are making their name known, and that's honestly a strange thing to see, despite them have 3 losses coming into this. Who did they face leading up to this, Corvette?
I don't know. You would think that they would have absolutely cut it here. So they lost to Infamous in round 3. Round 2, it was Overture, so another squad that's done quite well on the day. And then the first was my apologies. So they've been hitting, some of the higher tier squads, I think, or some of the heftier squads that we've seen. Nobody like absolutely off the rails. And yeah, maybe just Glitchy wasn't on fire or CJ wasn't quite stepping up. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but you're very much right in the sense that Glitchy is just putting these guys in the bag and kind of carrying them with him because he's doing absolute work right there. I say that though, and Ace Hunter is the one who will start us off here, getting an early kill onto Flixer on the Malusi, who was basically caught looking right there. Glitchy now just going to go ahead and start firing shots through the jacuzzi wall. You see Shrimp rotating back into construction. Oh, okay. CJ might be a big gunner, but Shrimp, he doesn't care. He knows no fear. He swings back in and gets a beautiful kill right there, setting up for the rest of this push as Glitchy will finally make their entry into the gym.
Yeah, now trying to get a few holes to make a few sight lines over towards that construction door leading to Master, and also maybe clearing Logi in the process. They can get control of construction. Ace Hunter's below and has 2 nades in the pocket that they can hold and cook, and also give some assistance so they can clear that eastern suburb, that reinforced wall connecting. They have yet to clear out that mute jammer, and because they didn't bring a Maverick, that makes it so that Absolute Zero have to rely on a player from below. I think Ace is actually cooking a nade and hoping that the explosive radius will actually clear out that mute jammer. We don't know just yet because we're not necessarily looking, but Glitchy, we'll look at him right now, finding Shrimp. They're first in the round. A 4v3 is Absolute Zero looking to continue this dominant reign, now going prone, hoping for this off angle will maybe be an extra level of assistance. Concussive blast going out, now using that impact to clear out the shield. Sees the head, but Grumpy finds the kill. They are going to find it using the yokai wielding Echo. That MP5 SD, 0 recoil, and it doesn't need any of it. Finds that kill into Glitchy. That might be one of the most impactful ones we've seen all day.
They've slain Moby Dick right there. The beast is dead, at least temporarily. Small guy, he's going to start pushing in here. Absolute Zero does still have the numbers advantage on this round. Grumpy holding very tight here inside Cash Room, and Ziv, well, he's on a thread of health right now, so not a lot left in him at all. Grumpy just gets banged through the wall. Small guy wasting no time there with the AK-12, and Small guy, okay. We see you too, support player. We know that you can get some frags when you need to, and he does a good job of closing out yet another round in favor of this Absolute Zero side.
Wow. Another spectacular performance. Now we're going to see this switch for round 7. We're going to see Absolute Zero now on the defensive side, and I'm going to go ahead and call it here, quarterback. I don't think we're going to stop seeing Glitchy and CJ and Ace Hunter be aggressive. I think we're still going to see them go that off-site presence and actually just continue to frag out. I'm a little sad to see that Malusi is not in the hands of Glitchy, because Malusi just is typically that off-site presence that can roam so exceptionally well. But to say the least, a Jaeger with a 416C can still do absolute work and find massive levels of impact out onto the map, out into the field, so to say, right? You can still find substantial kills, substantial frags, and still be as aggressive as you want to be. So Absolute Zero coming out with a banger. We see 6 picks coming through. We now have Habana in play for Hydrocore, and they're looking to maybe make as much of an impact in this game as we saw last game for that depth squad, with Breeze to be able to assist with that. But in all honesty, I think Hydrocore need to put their money where their mouth is, and they're now on the least favored side and down by 4.
Yeah, they've got to do something here because it's, not great, right? It's been looking pretty bad for them. Even when they have their moments where they start looking good, there's always just a member of Absolute Zero who's in position to make them look not good. Like, there's just been no escape, basically, from the guns of this Absolute Zero team. So I'm curious to see what they do on their defense, maybe to try and adapt to it. Something interesting that they're showing us early on is not much of a heavy presence up in Rafters. Presumably, they're going to send somebody up there, but Glitchy, he's off on his own, setting up stuff in other places. I don't even think he had any ADSs up there. So they might be sacrificing garage control pretty early on, and that is going to be a bit of a problem because, well, Shrimp is already poking in through garage. They're looking like this is where they want to stick their attack. Small guy playing back here behind the motorcycles is a dangerous place to try and hold from. Island up on the top deck as well. With that, Alder will be trying to assist the player they have down there, and there is an ADS up there, so they have invested a little bit into it at least.
Still a 5v5. You've managed to waste about 45 seconds in this round, so maybe Hydrocore tanking a little bit slower, maybe hoping to not get fragged out pretty quickly, but Glitchy's got one of the longest angles I've seen somebody attempt, all the way over by pool table near main bar, looking all the way towards that stock entrance towards Kennels, and it looks to be absolute zero, taking some cheeky off-site angles in garage, maybe hoping to catch a Hydrocore player off guard if they attempt to enter inward. These swist holes in this wall will make it a little bit more difficult for Hydrocore to actually get a hard breach on in a way that they want to, I guess, have to their manner. A Shrimp could clear that out and it wouldn't be a big deal, but most teams typically aren't bringing their sledge over there to do that, and I think that's a massive miscalculation on their part. First, zero utility, and second, get wasted. Unfortunate, Grumpy has no way to clear that mute jammer below that eastern subroof wall.
Did he use all? He did. He used all of his Arguses. Well, oops. That was the strategic idea that they had there. Unfortunately, Sam, he doesn't have those frag grenades no more, so you're not going to be able to use those either. A bit of a rough situation right there, but some of these roamers might want to consider maybe playing a little bit tighter here. They're in a dangerous position where they could theoretically get cut off a little bit. That being said, a small guy who strikes first, and that'll be Scoob, who's down early on, so they will get no more value out of their Hibana here. Glitchy down low, just keeping an eye on these angles, waiting for somebody to do the misfortunate thing of walking into his sightline. Small guy still here in garage, and I've got to admire the tenacity there. He's really dug in, and they're having a hell of a time kind of shifting him. And in fact, I think they've just genuinely given up on the idea entirely. Flixer, though, will find him a cheeky prone pick right there. Absolutely nasty stuff as CJ finds Grumpy and shuts down that zero. So running out of options, small guy does get wiped there by the breaching round. Glitchy still alive, though, in bar, still fighting out. Shrimp gets one. Out comes the smoke grenade here, and well, this is going to slow things down immensely with only about 12 seconds left to play. Now Ziv in action here, trying to push into the hole that he opened up in the small wall. Ziv steps onto the side, past the mute jammer. He's getting caught up in the Banshee. He's getting shot. He's just going to go for the plant. Desperation time there, but Shrimp is doing all sorts of work coming out here. The diffuser will go down, but fortunately, Glitchy is in position, and once more, Infernosis, Glitchy just grabs this whole four-man stack and lifts him up over his head and carries him across the river.
You know, I've got a great joke that I want to make, but I feel like it would be a little bit of a stretch to make the joke.
Oh no. I ain't gonna stop you. And I'll laugh, no matter how bad it is.
I'll type it in our
all right, fair enough.
I'll type it in our production thing. But obviously, you see, it's funny, isn't it? Glitchy is going through and finding so much success. Almost losing it there as that last engagement came through and Shrimp was popping off to bring that Hydrocore side, be able to even get a plant down. When, quite honestly, when you see Hydrocore take that round and in a way that it looked like they could have won it at any moment, at any moment's time, then I think Hydrocore has a chance to get a few rounds here. I don't think this can be a 7-1. It definitely can be. I don't think it's going to be. I think we may see Hydrocore get one more, maybe two more. They definitely have what it takes. It's just going to be a matter of whether or not this absolute zero squad. Actually, let's go throw that out the wood. It's going to be whether or not Glitchy allows it or not.
Glitchy permitting, they'll manage to get a couple of rounds. Oh no.
Please, may I have a crumb? One round, please, Glitchy. Please, just a crumb.
Never before has a boy asked for another round. Get out of here. No, it's just not going to happen, I don't think. But we'll see. At the very least, I admire your optimism here on the side of Hydrocore. And you know what? They did do a pretty good showing right there. I actually thought that Ziv had fallen off the diffuser there, but fortunately he did not. He managed to stick the plan, and unfortunately, Glitchy was just in the area. And also, unfortunately, my screen has gone a little bit gray here. Hopefully it will catch back up. But you saw it was that basement site. They are doing sort of the standard defensive setup, showing us the potential for for this wide-ranging roam, and I think that's what we will see here. Though Aruni, not always a choice in this particular setup, she will be brought out here. CJ looking for an early peek out the back, or won't find anything, so we'll kind of fall back and tighten up on kitchen here. You see small guy on that vigil too, so just adding to that kind of roam pressure here, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, you have to be very careful. It's match points. Any mistake from HydraCore will ultimately spell their demise, their doom, their undoing. However many ways you want to phrase it. Obviously, as casters, we have a billion words for every small, minor thing that goes on, and they're playing extremely aggressively. CJ, who gets spotted out now, having to retreat away, but HydraCore was not looking to actually play that aggressively. They know they're there. They could have rushed CJ and actually cut him off guard, but instead we're taking their time in the other direction. CJ does take a look at damage in the process, now at about 60 HP, but did drop Ziv down to below 50, so technically winning that engagement. But HydraCore, they've lost a man first. Ace Hunter finds that with a shotgun, takes out Scoob, and dude, what's he gonna do?
Jinkies.
Cringy joke.
Anyway,
Cringy joke.
I'll go there with you. Jinkies. I'll go there with you. It's fine, man. No, it is unfortunate for poor Scoob right there. He's getting shot down. Shaggy not going to be too happy about that one. But still, it's not looking particularly great for the start here for the team with their back to the wall and the match point in. And, well, that's not going to add anything more to it as well. Small guy there with that vigil, didn't get droned out, turns around and gets a kill onto Flixer. Small guy feeling a little bit of pressure right here around the pool table, but not so much that he can't rotate back to the toilet and look to see if he can get one more coming in. An absolute zero in an absolutely desperate situation right here. They even have a little bit of drone coverage, but it's not going to be enough. And Ziv, he's going to make the decision to maybe try and push through this tunnel, but Grumpy in a very dangerous position up here on the top deck, basically surrounded by enemies. Ace Hunter waiting back in that tunnel to collect another kill with that shotgun. Will not be denied. Some shots come down. Small guy does die, so Shrimp does manage to get one, but they're going to need a lot more than that, especially because CJ Chrome is here playing at the top of the stairs to trade it right back out.
Attackers have recovered their
Obviously, with only 40 seconds left and only one man left for this HydraCore side, as Grumpy's felled by CJ, it's just up to one, and CJ makes it up to none. An absolute slugfest from the beginning, and it's not just Glitchy that finds it in the end. CJ was there frag for frag and definitely showed up in those last few rounds. Goodness gracious, absolute zero in a 7-1 rout. We'll see HydraCore out for an absolute 0-4 start, but we will see this absolute zero squad go 1-3. They have what it takes to make it back. They can. There's another day tomorrow, which makes sure to stay tuned for that, but oh, what did CJ beat? No, go back to that. CJ beats Glitchy on the scoreboard.
He beat him on the scores. He beat him on pure score. We don't have it anymore. That's unfortunate, but he did beat him on pure score. He did not beat him in terms of kills. He didn't beat him in terms of kills, but he did beat him on pure score right there. And hey, that happens. You know, you get points for more than just clicking heads at the end of the day, even though, you know, Glitchy was essentially the playmaker on every single round, except for maybe that one time that CJ kind of popped off. So credit where credit is due, but absolute zero delivering an absolute thrashing right there to HydraCore Gaming. And they just could not come back on that one, Infernosis. They were adrift without a paddle.
They were swimming upstream without a paddle. Is that what the reference you were kind of making there?
It's up a creek without a paddle, but
whatever it is.
Adrift also works. They're just stuck there. There's nowhere they could go, right? They were just completely out of answers.
Yeah, they were out of their element, right? I mean,
yeah.
They were not where they wanted to be, right? It was definitely a rough game for HydraCore. I don't know how they've been playing all day, but that was not the HydraCore I've seen before. That's not the HydraCore I expected to see. That was definitely not the team I was expected to see here from Absolute Zero. Sorry, I was flanking on the name despite literally just casting them for an entire game. It was not the team I was expected to see for a team that is 0-3 at that point, now 1-3. I didn't expect them to come out that strong with Glitchy and CJ just popping off. That was really an unexpected result for me, and I wanted it to be a bit closer, but in all honesty, I don't think there was anything that I necessarily was missing in that game because I just enjoyed it so much. I enjoyed seeing this absolute squad, this absolute zero squad pop off, slug out, just fist for fist, gauntlet for gauntlet, and HydraCore just trying to figure out what's going on.
And, it's got to be a bit nice for the absolute zero guys, right? You've taken kind of a pasting across 3 rounds. It's not that great. And then you go into this one and you just unleash some of that frustration, right? You work it out on the bag, as it were. You just get in there and get some kills, and you get a good solid win. And you're probably looking forward to a bit of a rough day tomorrow, probably. But hey, at least you got a win at the very end of the day. It gives you something nice to think about. You don't walk away feeling absolutely crushed. So all credit to them, and I'm sure Glitchy is more happy than can be described, considering that he carved through that entire team like a hot knife through butter. So that always probably feels pretty good for the old ego.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make the joke. It's like, if you, I have 5 sisters, so like I hear this all the time, but it's like that feeling of, taking your bra off after a long day, right? It's just taking it off and just being able to relax and settle in. Or like the second I step into my apartment door, I'm like, my shorts are coming off and I'm taking a nap, right? Right, straight home from school. Like I'm taking a load off, and no, I do not wear a bra, Tango. So that's getting our introduction. You just take a load off, right? You get to pack off your backpack after a long day, and that's exactly what we just saw right there with Glitchy. They've gone through 3 unfortunate losses, taking the last one in a pretty dominant fashion, and Glitchy gets to finally unload that hitchhiker's backpack and just take a load off and prepare for the next day.
Exactly. And I think, now correct me if I'm wrong here, Infernosis, but I do believe that does it for today, right? No more matches, 4 rounds. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast here at the Unified Premier League. It's been an interesting day. And at the end of the day, I don't know if we can show it on screen, but we can give you an idea. Depth is sitting at the top of everything with 4 wins, 12 points. Right below them, Overture sitting there with 3 wins, 9 points. And then in third place, it is Revenge Nation holding strong, 6 points in, tied for that third place spot with Daycare, Verified, Syntax, a couple of teams down there in the hunt. So there you go. Depth remains the squad to beat, and that is not surprising. We've seen them twice. They got a little bit bloody by Verified, but they were never down and out.
Yeah, and it's been an absolute showcase here for day 1 of these open qualifiers, and we'll have even more tomorrow. We still got 2 matches that haven't finished. That is going to be Revenge Nation versus Daycare. That'll make it to separate the 2 on the leaderboard. One of them will have to face that inevitable loss, and then
Oh,
In Control Nation versus Infamous. We could see Infamous take it and finally find, I believe, their second win of the night. Yeah, it'll
yes.
be their second, and same thing with In Control Nation. So the separation on the leaderboard has to happen at some point. You'll be able to figure out more and more of that as the days go on, and tomorrow will be the ultimate finisher for these open qualifiers of this first session, I guess you could say. But we'll have to see you guys then. My name's Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful Quarterback. If you liked us, make sure to let us know. Thank you guys very much for tuning into this UPL Unified Premier League R6 Open Qualifiers.